Hello everyone! Welcome to day 3 of Youthpreneur in Action 2022.
Wow, yesterday was so exciting, right? The participants have gone through the second stage, which is the interview process. And also, first of all, we would like to thanks to our sponsor, which is Good Day karena hidup punya banyak rasa.
Juga best value of Korean barbecue.
Deorex, solusi terbaik untuk mengatasi bau badan.
And Toyota Let's Go Places with intention and integrity. As for today, we can see we have 10 of those participants that have succeeded to go to the grand final.
That's right. And in the grand final, we have the 10 finalists that will have to they are pitching for their business idea to the judges to win the first, second, and third place in this competition.
I see. I wonder which business is worthy enough to be able to win the first prize.
Well, actually, we're gonna see it in the pitching session then, which is the best one and also most the influencing to the others also.
Okay, and now we would like to introduce to all of you about our amazing judges for today. First of all, we have Mr. Jonathan Gultam that I can proudly present from Podomoro University. Next, we have the excellent Mr. Michael Song from Evershine Tax. And last but finally not least, we have Mr. Naiko Savana from Watuani, Philippines. Please give a huge round of applause for our amazing judges.
Oh, they are the best of the best, right?
Yeah, correct.
And we would say thank you very much for coming and taking the time for our show. Now it's time for us to hear from our panelists to do the pitching.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start from the first one, health thinking. The stage and time is yours.
Our main difference to other platforms is the connection with the entire medical community. So users receive a management system integrated into a marketplace. Compared to the Google service, we have the possibility of a unique experience since it is a dedicated platform with more features. Compared to Haladoc, we integrated all health professional management in an integrated way using AI as a virtual secretary. Regarding Dr. Leah, we allow more than just make appointments. We allow an intelligent management of a medical routine.
We currently have a high-fidelity prototype where it's possible to test all the features, from the home screen to the marketplace screen, getting an idea of the infinity possibilities that the app can bring to the entire medical market.
We at HealthThink believe that the application should have three categories of users. The first category would be a free plan with all patient users, small business, and associated doctors. So they would have limited access to the application without having the experience harmed. The second plan is aimed for small business, office, and doctors who wish to have a greater capacity in the app. And the premium plan, where the possibilities are endless, from integration with all companies such as pharmas and other clinics, to the automatic management system, a new way to have a secretary in your company.
We would also have another way to make money from the app, click-based advertising. We will offer leads packets for companies interested in appearing at the top of the surveys. Well, to better understand our value, we made some projections in 3 scenarios in order to predict how long we would operate profitable. Considering that we would increase our user base by 20% per year, in the first year, the realistic scenario would have an income of $148,000, allowing the implementation of the app.
For the realistic and optimistic scenarios, HealthThink already shows profit at 3 years, allowing the maintenance and development of new features. With these scenarios, the platform becomes more self-sustainable without counting the income generated by leads. We aim to facilitate access to healthcare. Because of high profitability, we intend to donate 3% of annual income to the World Federation for Mental Health. So with less than 3 clicks, anyone can view the best service for their case and contribute to a noble cause.
Our guiding principles are to provide prosperity, well-being, and environmental protection through smart solutions. That's why we focus on SDG number 3, good health and well-being, and SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth.
We believe that to achieve our future objectives, we need to focus on test the measure of all the app efficiency, being able to make that available to our first clients, seek partnerships with clients and farmers in order to further promote our business.
We developed a website and an Instagram account to work on the marketing of our app and have a first contact with future clients.
We are a multidisciplinary team formed by students from different engineering, Ana Julia Ramos, Lucas Mascarenhas, and Gustavo Melo.
Make your health your priority and make health thinking your greatest assistant. Thank you.
It's a great idea, especially in this era of pandemic. Okay, I have some question for you. Have you test this idea to the customers, or have you validate your idea? And what's the customer response of your idea?
Okay. First of all, thank you. We did not test yet, but we have some rivals, some companies that already have the same idea, but we have some difference, like we said. So we would like to improve this idea and make something better. Because if you compare to the rivals, we have an automatic assistant for doctors through an artificial intelligence. So we have online consults, shared database between all services. So the doctor can access the last exam and those kind of things. You can buy the medicine after you go to a clinic, because the doctor already know your case and those kind of things. So our fundamental difference is the connection between the medical community and the platform. So it's a new idea of marketplace, and we want an active community. But like I said, we could not test with users yet, but we have the high identity. We had a prototype. We did a prototype, so we can test. Exactly. Sorry about that. A high fidelity prototype. So we can use and test some features, but we cannot share with a lot of different users because, for example, we don't have a database to storage all the data.
As Gustavo said, our app, our idea, is incremented innovation. So we have some similar ideas, but none of them do all the things that our do. Sorry.
Exactly.
Sorry, we didn't hear.
Maybe you can repeat.
What's the customers? What's the customer? The pricing about your pricing? You take a $2,200 a year for a pro.
Okay, our customers would be the doctors, health insurance, and clinics, for example. The patient as a user, he is not going to pay. They are not going to pay. It's a free app. Just the doctors, the health insurance group, a clinic would pay if they want. If they want some special features, they have to pay. Why this? Because a patient, a normal user, the guy who is going to a doctor, he doesn't need to use the database. He doesn't need to have the ranking, So a doctor, it's a good feature. The doctor would like to make an online talk. The doctor would like to see the database to see which medicine should be better. The doctor would like to have the virtual secretary. So the doctor has to pay. The health insurance, if the health insurance would like to integrate all the service with the pharmacists and doctors, they have to pay to use this. So like I said, a normal user, they don't have to pay. It's a free app. You just have to subscribe yourself and use. But a doctor, a pharmacist, and a health insurance group, for example, if they want to use all the features, if they want to have
all the best access experience to the app and a great visibility,
they have to pay.
Need to pay.
And they can choose the plans. Like we said, you can use without paying, but you have limited access. Exactly.
So you can choose by pro or premium plan.
So these are our customers. Like I said, the normal user like us, normal people who just want to have a doctor or something like that, and we don't have to pay. And then the doctors, clinics, pharmacists, all the entire medical community. And they have to pay if they want to use all the experience.
Okay, next, we have maybe any comments or any questions from Mr. Michael Song.
All right, thank you for the presentation. It was a good presentation, but one question from me would be, again, if you're putting the basic thing as a freemium, so basically a free service, how would you attract doctors to come to use your app instead of just, what's it called? Why would doctors be incentivized to come to use your app when they can just charge normal patients the normal fees and whatnot? And what's the benefit of the doctors actually expanding their database through your app?
Okay. We think that for a doctor, for example, we have some problems. Nowadays, the cities are big and it's difficult to find the right doctor, the best doctor. We can search in the internet, for example, the Google, as we put in our pitch. You can try to find in Google, but maybe you don't know if this doctor is the right person. So the doctor can use this as a market, you know. He can share his profile and then find new clients. He can, for example, do some online clinics. He can attend a patient using the remote way. So, and he can use the database because he can improve his service. For example, if you go to a medic doctor, and then you don't need to say to the doctor, okay, I did this exam in the last year, because the doctor already know the exam because he has the access to the
All the
database.
data. Yes.
The
And
data.
for doctors and for doctors and clinics would be better too, because they can expand their web of clients, the web of patients. So if I am a doctor and I have in my neighbor, I don't know, 5 patients, maybe with the app, people from my neighborhood could find me in an easier and better way. So it's going to be a greater visibility for my profile.
Exactly.
Again, sorry, because I find it a bit difficult to understand the concept, because if you are trying to filter out good doctors and whatnot, and if the good doctors are already very busy, then you'll be left behind with doctors who are probably looking for clients because they're not as good, maybe, or they're not as busy, or probably, you know, not popular, right? Basically, because you, as you mentioned, you would want someone to find good doctors through your platform, and the good doctors probably are already, you know, that means your list of existing doctors are probably not those of A-class quality. I don't know. I mean, this is still a proof of concept that you need to figure out, but that's my assumption. And then, of course, how are you going to monetize this besides the, you know, paying membership? Like, do you get a fee from the doctor, or per consultation if they are doing a free business, or how are you going to monetize that?
Great. That's a great question, because you said an important point. Some doctors cannot organize their schedules because they are too busy and they have a lot of different patients and those kind of things. But we said a lot about intelligent management. Why this? Because we would like to improve the management using AI. We would like to put a virtual secretary, because we have the data and we have the patients and we have the doctors. So we can organize all this data together and improve the service. So that's one of the solutions, the intelligence management. We already have this kind of the things. The artificial intelligence is growing a lot. So we just have to understand the data. And this is one of our ideas, to put all this data together to improve the intelligence management. So the doctor would increase his service, would find more time, more schedule, because they will have all this database and they can use the artificial intelligence to help them.
Thank you so much for help thinking. Next, we will proceed to Mr. Nico Salfana to ask the questions.
All right, good morning. Great presentation. My question is, what is your market strategy in first marketing for doctors and second marketing for potential patients for the doctors?
Great.
Answer?
Sorry, could you repeat, please? I didn't understand very well.
Right. What is your marketing strategy to attract the doctors to go to your application and to attract potential patients to go to your application?
Okay, so for patients, as we said, our really big problem here in Brazil, and I think in the entire world, is to find the best doctor for me. Not exactly the most famous one will fit me well, because sometimes I can live, how can I say, far from this doctor. So maybe I want a good doctor, but in my neighbor. So it's going to be easier to find on this way. And for doctors, as Gustavo said, you have a greater visibility. You can have more clients, more patients going to your clinic. So it's a win-win for patients and for doctors.
Of course, in the first year, our approaching would be different, because, like you said, we have to find this kind of people and this kind of service. And it's a new service, so they don't know how it works. So our approach would be different, but the main idea is to show them the benefits. Like Ana Julia said, the person, a normal user, they will search in the internet. I would like to do something with this doctor, and then our app would appear. And for the doctor, like we said, we would make a different approach, but the main idea is to show them the benefits. You can use the intelligence management, you can access the database and those kind of things. And like we said, we have 3 kinds of plans. One of them is free, so they can start using this free plan just to know the environment, just to know the platform.
All right, thank you. To add on to that, no. So, what is your approach? Is it targeted advertisement to doctors and patients? Is it directly selling so you can educate them better? How will you approach these customers?
For me, it sounds better to go directly to the doctors and customers, because then we can make like a tree. I don't know how to explain that, but we can increase our customers after. But the idea, for me, it sounds better to go directly to them.
All right, that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Mr. Nico Salfano. And that was very, very interesting. For the first group, it's a good start,
Yeah,
right?
it's amazing. It's an amazing start, actually. They've already setting the standards very high.
Yes, and of course, the pitching session was so good. A lot of questions from the judges.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's meet Sarah and Siti. Sarah is a senior high school student, and she is experiencing some academic problem. She needs further tutoring in order to master the lesson. However, the available tutoring is rigid, pricey, and doesn't allow her to study what and when she wants. Sarah also confused about which major she would pursue at the university. Most of academic consulting services provide only the basic information and are unable to deliver the exact answer Sarah needs. Meanwhile, let me meet Siti. Siti is a university student and currently in need of financial assistance. She thought she will be able to work as a tutor, but she didn't know where she could get work. To help Sarah, Siti, and everyone who faced the same problem, we briefly present tutoring. Tutoring is a private and personalized tutoring services as well as provider of advisory services for college major first-hand for undergrad in the department for a brighter academic future for high school students. With vision, now your future, tutoring aim to help students minimize mistake in learning and determine future academic choices. Growing and empowering, tutoring want to invite university students to work together with us as a tutor and consultant in this program, while also gain job experience and financial earning for them. Tutoring present as a platform that links together high school students with active university students in a novel, personalized, and effective approach. Students can use this app to select tutor for one-on-one, personalized, and flexible tutor. They are free to choose the topic of the lesson, the time, and the number of sessions they want. They can also get advice about degree at the university directly from students who are enrolled inside the department, including detail on classes, group of friends, student life, and more. We already have an initial prototype. You can look forward the prototype by accessing the link in the chat box. We have a website and the initial app as the prototype.
Tutoring business model involves three parties, which are high school student, university student, and tutoring itself, where the three parties are linked to each other. University and high school student using tutoring app for tutoring and academic consulting. The high school student pays the tutoring and consulting fees to tutoring, whereas the university student get paid by tutoring. Revenue is obtained from tutoring and consulting fees, which are then reduced by the company's operating cost. Our target market profile include high school student and gap year student aged 15 to 19 who have supporting device and internet access, require academic tutors, and have information needs related to specific college majors. With that market profile, we have analyzed that we have 860,000 serviceable obtainable market. Tutoring will be promoted through an integrated branding strategy that includes brand activation, penetration, and retention. We will run a social media campaign with the hashtag Semua Bisa Belajar and Semua Bisa Ngajar in the hopes of increasing awareness of the existence of tutoring and how tutoring can help our target market's problem. We will offer a 10% discount to Kartu Indonesia Pintar card holders as a part of our social care for students with limited financial resources.
Competitors who compete with tutoring are startup competitors in the education sector that provide learning, tryout, and services to high school students, such as Academies, Educa, Cerebrum, and Patron. However, competitors are not provide tutoring personalized apps, so that tutoring has advantage in private and personalized tutoring, free member choice of meeting and subject, and students can choose their preference tutor. So we believe that the tutoring can sustain and be well received by the market. The sustainability of tutoring also seen through financial projection. Based on the financial projection that we have made, we get results with the funding we need of 80.1 million and a selection target for 500 active students and 150 teachers. In 1 year, tutoring get an NPV of 60.9 million and a payback period of 9 months. Also, if we look at people, profit, and planet, tutoring is a sustainable application. This is the first step along the way you can ambition with the fast expansion of technology. In the future, tutoring changing into a platform that brings together many people from all over the world to tutor, consult, and share information not only for education, but also work, business, career, industry, and many others. Tutoring believes that by tutoring, consulting, and sharing the right information for each other, we can create a better future everyone in the world. And this is our team, Ramil Akil Pratama, Eli Sulistiawati, Intan Nurhaliza. We are from Institut Teknologi Bandung, tutoring, bridging the future we dream of.
Thank you very much, Tutori, for that fine pitch. Okay, we would like to proceed to the questions. First, we would like to have the questions from Mr. Michael Sung.
Thank you for the presentation. Amazing idea, actually. But one question actually I would start with is, usually if we want to get tutors, the parents find for us, not the students finding their own tutors. Is your app mostly used by the parents, or do you want the students to actually use the app?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, in this app, we bring a value that students choose for they need. So we are not including a parent's preference in this app, but it's fully decided by the student, but they can ask their parent for the preferences. Because we are targeted, our market is from high school student, and we think that high school student can determine their preference and their choice for their favorite tutor.
One issue. Sorry, for example, one issue. As a high school student, you probably do not earn money yet. So again, you have all these tutors, you have your favorite tutors, but then they have their costs. So again, I think it's a two-way thing, because if the student likes the tutor, then they have to ask the parents for money. Then the parents will ask again, why do you need this tutor? Why do you need this money? And it's a it's like shopping basically. Why would you need to have this? So if the parents are not aware of basically who the tutors are, what they cost, then how would you want to get the students to be able to get the funds to pay?
Yeah, we will bring the necessary information in this app, like the tutor, like what the behavior of the tutor and what the specific criteria and every information that need for tutoring. So the student can show their information to their parent, and yeah, after that they can decide. The parent can decide that as their child need a tutor, and this is the tutor and tutoring worth it for their children.
You get a commission from the tutors. Basically, the tutor has a fee, then you get the commission, right?
Yes.
Besides commission, is there any other ways that you're going to monetize the app?
At the initial set, we think we are going with the fee from the tutor feedback. We have the scheme use profit sharing between tutor and partner with a percentage of 60% for our tutor and 20% for tutor in the tutor program, and it will cost 50,000 rupiah per session, and while consulting major will cost 20,000 with the same profit sharing percentage. And the initial stage, we going only with this revenue stream. But future development, I think we can make like additional revenue stream such as advertising or something like that, or with partnership with some related community that need our services.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next questions from Mr. Nikov Salfano.
Right. Great presentation. So thank you for presenting. So my question for you is, there are a lot of tutoring services online. No, example, I've seen TutorMe for Indonesia, and tutors in Indonesia online. So how do you differentiate from them, and what makes you different from the others? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Intan, can you have to move the slide into the competitive advantage in the slide? Yeah. The differentiation by tutoring with the other tutor platform is we try to really meet the need and want of customer by fully trying to personalize the service according to their need. And the other hand, we will also pay the attention to welfare of our business partner, which is our Mitra tutor. And our competitive advantage is we are free member of choice. We are free to choice of meeting and subject, and we are private and personal tutoring and consultation. If tutoring outside tutoring, they have services like the student cannot set the number of meeting and the subject with free choice of them. In this tutoring, they can have it like in case like Sarah, she need right now tutor like for just one subject, and even like one specific subject. Tutoring provided. So our differentiation and our competitive advantage is we are giving a freedom to our consumer.
All right, thank you very much. So I have one last question. Let's say the student and the teacher develop a good relationship with each other. What prevents them from just having a direct tutoring service outside your platform? Avoid the fees, diba? So how do you deal with that?
I think we will have a term and condition with the Mitra, which is Mitra tutor is our university student in this tutoring. Like we will minimize that risk by dealing with this Mitra that if we find them like make any any out app poor case that they cannot to still deliver the service in tutoring. Like, okay, you get a student outside tutoring, like one student or student, but you cannot have more student. You cannot get more tutor session in this app for the future. Yeah, we will try to minimize the risk by make a term and condition. So we will have a deal with the Mitra tutor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Very much, Nikom Salvana, for your questions. Next, we have Mr. Jonathan Gultam for his questions.
Okay, I love the idea, and I know a lot of ITB students doing this. Okay, and it's good to make it digitalized. I have some questions. Yeah, if you want to do the customized tutoring session, then it means there should be a super lot of tutor. You have to engage a lot of tutor. It would be different if you do it not in customized session. So how you address this issue?
Okay, Tutor In, you may proceed to answer.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we have to know that is that in this customized tutoring that we will need a lot of Mitra tutor, but I think we will start by this our marketing and partnership agency that we will try to get more tutor. We will get more we will plan a more strategic planning so that we can gain more tutors. So we have a very much the choices for our student later. But we think there's a step along the way that, okay, we will start with, I think, like only 20, 30, but along the way, day by day, I think if we have a good marketing strategy and we have a good branding strategy, I think you will.
How many to target? Let's say in the first year.
In the first year, like in the slide, our attraction is we have 150 tutor, Mitra tutor that we will try to reach.
That's all.
All right. Thank you so much for all the questions from all the judges. And thank you so much for Tutor In. It was very, very interact in the first time because, you know, I saw the chat box, Siti and whose name? Sarah?
Yeah,
Someone like that. But, you know, it's very, very creative, right?
yeah, and it actually makes me want to tutor other, other
Yes,
students.
also. Me too. I want to get a tutor also right now.
Okay, next, what pitch do we have from?
So next we have a pitch from Sehatin, and the stage and time is yours.
Okay. Hello, I'm Faiz from Sehatin team. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start our presentation with a question. Have you ever calculated how your food consumption pattern is? Our research found that 20% of all deaths worldwide are linked to poor consumption habits. Sehatin, we are here to help people to have a better health with motto health cooking, healthy eating, and healthy living. So, how we confident to access? We have five background business opportunity from employment comes, national GDP, the food at agriculture sector is high, 70% people undergo a diet, and 68% willing to pay more. We are here to solve the main problem. First, 80% of children in Indonesia lack omega-3. Opportunity cost by middleman is up to 80%. Also, Indonesia was the 7th highest diabetes in the world. To special honorable jury, Sehatin is end-to-end mobile application that help keep a healthy consumption habit. We are aiming for SDGs 2, 3, and 12. We want to build sustainable public healthiness by targeting continued use of the application to provide good health suggestion for all users. We will be pleased if you guys try the prototype we sent in the chat section. We have 5 of Sehatin main features are verified recipes, tracking food, scan food, direct shopping, and AI recommendations.
So, what's the meaning of a business without income? Sehatin has 4 business models, namely per account, transaction fee, the margin of ingredient, and margin of shipping costs. In more detail, this is the healthy business process. We'll build healthy together with super team and super partners with the aim of noble vision of indirectly helping farmers and fishers to sell products and keep living even in an online situation. Sehatin has a broad target market. For starters, we are sure that we will raise 1.2 million people to become Sehatin customers. To reach the market, we have a 5A marketing strategy with the aim of turning 2.3 million target markets into 150,000 loyal customers. Sehatin has 3 main competitors indirectly, and from the competitor analysis, we know that Sehatin has more value and helpful than others. Next, we also already do a SWOT analysis. Sehatin has great strengths and opportunities that can be used to stay sustainable from competitors, and Sehatin has weaknesses and traits that must be corrected and watched out for.
Here is our roadmap for this year. We will developing Sehatin application, and at the end, in 2029, we want to be social media food with new more business model. Based on the roadmap, we also have a target traction projection for the next 10 years. In 2022, we will have 1 million daily active users. To run Sehatin business, we will get payback period in 1 year, 5 months with an initial capital of 378 million rupiah. And after 10 years, we will get a net present value cumulative of 82 billion. We also carry out a sustainability impact analysis. Sehatin will impact the economic and social fields that will help new moms, farmer, and producer, also SME. Based on our explanation before, it can be concluded that Sehatin is a feasible, impeccable, and profitable to run because it has a large market that is willing to pay more, and there are still few direct competitors. There are fantastic people behind Sehatin who have great experience according to their roles. To end the presentation, let us mention a quote from Dr. Insinyur Ciputra. A dream will not become an innovation without realization. We are from Sehatin team. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Sehatin. Now we're gonna proceed for the first question. We'll ask for Mr. Nikov Salvana for asking the question.
All right, thank you very much. So, good job. I'm currently exploring your prototype. So it's great It seems like a great interface, no? So my first question is, who is your target market in this application?
Okay, let me answer about the target market. So we currently aiming for people that live in Jabodetabek, like in Jakarta, the capital city in Indonesia, and around that city, because we know that the Jakarta and that area is the most common technology used, that we think if we gonna make a startup or new technology, is the best place for our or for us to start. Yes, and about the people itself, we are targeting for the people who are lazy, go out and buy ingredients, like example, a new mom or someone that living individually.
All right.
Maybe
So
my friend wanna add little.
Okay, maybe let me add the psychographic user or market. There are people who are learning to cook and people who like to cook, and then people who are lazy to go out, and then people who have an upper and middle lifestyle. Also, people who want to healthy diet. That is our target market.
all right. So thank you very much. So what channels will you be connecting with them? So how will you market yourselves to them?
I'm sorry, can you repeat one more time,
Oh,
Mr.? Yeah.
how will you market yourselves to them? What channels will you be using?
About the channel itself, we are using the social media to reach out, because what we aiming for is for the people that we can call millennial maybe. So we believe that they can use a social media, and rather they know that's we try to approach
Recording
them.
in progress.
Yeah, rather than just social media, we also doing like doing a promotion directly to people that in place that shopping and some place. Yeah, but
Right.
our mainly target, we are still focusing on social media.
All right. So no. So you're integrating app delivery plus a health application.
Yes, we are.
Correct. So so the thing is, it's difficult to do that, no, especially when you're trying to connect to partner up with app delivery foods, diba? You're trying to baka the thing is, maybe in the app delivery they wouldn't want their health or their calorie in their application, diba? So you have to try to connect with the restaurants, diba? And I think with the health benefits of the company, you'll have to find a middle ground with that. Pero besides that, your application is great, no? If there's a way to integrate talaga the health and the delivery app, I think you're gonna have a successful business. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. And can I little bit tell about our approach about the scan itself? So maybe about our plan about the scan food, we are trying to make a machine learning, and we're gonna have like a big data to learn about what is this food, what kind of this food is. If we scan a food, is that a right suggestion or not? And after that, after we scan a food, there is a confirmations to a user. Is this right? Is this the food right? After that, if the user confirm, and then the data will add. And how we integrate between the scan and the recipes. So maybe we are not buying the food like the cooked food. We are buying the ingredients. That's why we will count more easily about the ingredients itself.
Right.
That's what I was. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr.
So additional question about that. Since you have those intricate, diba? You have an AI, diba? Takes pictures, scans the food, you have the delivery. So how will you be able to fund these? Will you bootstrap it? Will you create a fund me page? How are you going to raise funds for these kinds of technologies?
Yeah, we believe that about like no, there is a technology to scan like the part of the body, like the S, like the face tracking. Yeah. So why didn't we knowing, or why didn't we hope that there will be a technology that can scanning a food based on the shape on the and the color. So we will do the machine learning itself, and we will try to make the data itself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Mr.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nico Sofana, for your question. Next, we would like to proceed to Mr. Jonathan Gultom.
Okay. I love the idea about scanning the food with the AI technology. My question is, have you make at least the prototype, or have you test this technology, or this just an idea?
You may proceed to answer.
For now, we already we in the prototype stage where we just make the UI and do the prototype to make it real. But for making the technology, we are in website version for admin, and for the mobile itself, we are not in that scan technology stage.
Okay. What's your first step to do the technology? I'm very interesting about this technology because I think this is the value of your apps. The other ones is another apps already deliver this value. But if you can realize this scan technology, then you can sell it, and it's very valuable. And every apps can use it. So I think you can just sell it. So far, you haven't done the technology yet?
We haven't, but we already do research about competitor, and we have found that it can. Why? Because one of our competitor exactly is Calorie Mama. They already have that scan technology, but they are focused on the calorie. So that's why we are confident it possible to make that technology. But in our developing stage, we are not in that stage.
Then focus on it. Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you, Mr.
All right. Question from Mr. Michael Sung.
Okay. So I use fitness apps like MyFitnessPal and everything. But unfortunately, Indonesia, the thing is that there's too much food. For example, nasi goreng from this place to nasi goreng to that place to nasi goreng to that place is all different calories and nutritions. That's cannot make it universal. So that data is still kind of thing. But have you ever thought that maybe you could use this technology to merge it with Shopee Food, GoFood, Traveloka Eat, and GrabFood? Because they have all this list of restaurants, and then because unless you're a health, from what I know, I buy food from say for example, Burgreens or Terra, which is more focused on the health. They have the calories. Then I go buy something from like McDonald's, of course, no calories. Have you ever thought of maybe you could actually focus on that side of it? For example, to make all the restaurants be able to come up with the nutrition value and calories and everything while people are ordering GoFood, for example.
Okay. Thank you very much for the suggestion, Mr. Yes. That is a very good idea, and thank you very much. We will try to design that technology. But why we trying make right now? We are focusing on the health sides. That's why we have ourselves to sell the materials, and what the recipes we are trying to serve to users is the health, like a salad, like salty fruit, and something that healthy. That's what our focus right now. But thank you very much. We will consider that suggestion. Thank you again, Mr.
Yeah. So last question is that again, where do you want to focus? Do you want to focus on the tech, or do you want to focus on the health? Because it seems that you're trying to do both things at once, which probably would require a lot of effort and financing later on. So which are you going to focus first in Sehatin?
In Sehatin, we are trying to focus on the target itself, but if we can, we're gonna do the healthy after.
Up. And thank you so much for all the judges. Thank you so much for Sehatin for answering the questions as well. And also
Yeah.
the pitching is very, very good. I think from all the three groups, this is the one that explain about health and all the stuff, right?
Yeah, and not only that, I also made the prototype and actually give the link on the chat box on the Zoom.
Yes, I actually want to try it though.
Okay, then next we also would like to proceed to the next pitch, which is from Solo.
Permission to share screen. Permission to ask, can see the share screen? Okay, thank you from the panitia and judges. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say thank you for coming to coming to my team presentation. It's great to see you all. Okay, let me introduce myself and my partner. I am Alfian Yoga Pratama, and I'm with my partner, Habib Maulana and Muhammad Ilham. We are from Jember State Polytechnic. Selo, ice cream lele olahan gue, or in English, ice cream catfish processed by gue. Sorry. Gue in English means me. Previously, I will discuss why catfish. The fast food product Selo, ice cream catfish processed by gue, is a processed ice cream product made from catfish with interesting flavor variant, quality raw material, and sufficient nutritional content to be able to answer consumer need for healthy fast food in today's era. Therefore, we are trying to change people's views by serving fast food with delicious catfish raw material, also healthy, that is Selo. Selo is an ice cream product that was innovated by adding catfish meat as an additional ingredient. Selo has affordable price for children and teenagers who like sweet and healthy snack. Selo products are expected to be able to answer consumer need for healthy fast food because the additional ingredient for making catfish are able to provide health benefit, complete of protein, low in fat, containing omega-3, and from other ice cream ingredients that contain high calcium. In this side of the PPT, the prototype of Selo. Next will be explained by my partner Muhammad Ilham.
Alright, I will explain about problem. Many competitor HR limitation, equipment limitation in case of existing. After that, explain about solution. Increase production, increase promotion offline and online, add product innovation. Increase promotion by providing discount with certain condition. After that, explain about market. The mochaccino variant was created because of the habit of men in Indonesia liking coffee. The vanilla flavor variant made because women prefer a fragrant, not too sweet state. The chocolate variant which is preferred by small children because it's sweet. The chocolate variant of small children because it tastes sweet. So this product has product marketing services that can be ordered through the @screen_solo Instagram account and also market in the campus in front. After that, explain about competitor. Selo ice cream is a new ice cream product. Selo product are present as a market challenger or ice cream product. Our product have advantages in the benefit of product obtained for additional ingredient, namely cat food, which has many health benefits. Alright, this will be continued by my colleague Habib Maulana.
Okay, for attractiveness, Selo is an ice cream processed product that is innovated by adding catfish as an additional ingredient. and has 3 flavor variants that certainly make consumers attractive. The flavor variant is the taste of Cellular, which is the product Cello which has a vanilla flavor as the original flavor. A flavor variant of Cello Koe, which has sweet and slightly bitter that's derived from chocolate, and Cello Man, which has tasty of chocolate combined with a special coffee aroma. Next. For the financial plan consists of a total variable cost of 194,500 rupiahs, and for investment of 980,500 rupiahs, and for a fixed cost of 60,000 rupiahs. Next. Next. Business analysis, consisting of initial capital 1 million of 1,235,000 rupiahs, net price or SPP of 2,545 rupiahs, production cost of 254,500 rupiahs, operating result of 350,000 rupiahs, profit of 95,500 rupiahs, and payback period of 13 days. This means that the capital will return after the production process for 13 days.
Okay, thank you very much, Slow, for that pitching. Next, we would like to proceed to the question. For Mr. Jonathan Gultom, you may proceed.
Okay, I like the idea actually. I have some questions. Actually, who is your target customers, or who is your segment?
Okay, Slow, you may proceed to answer.
Okay, thank you for asking, Mr. Solo is targeting to children or teenager who less or teenager or for all wait, I'm liking, I'm sorry, I'm Solo is for all ages because the solo is
I think the group is on mute. Yes. You can answer.
okay. Can see. Okay.
For
Yes.
For Alfian, bisa jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia aja. Kalau kebingungan, nggak apa-apa.
Bisa. Can. I can say English. Solo has affordable price for children and teenagers who like sweet and healthy snack. Solo because the additional ingredient for making catfish are able to provide health benefit, complete of protein, low in fat, containing omega-3, and from other ice cream ingredients that contain high calcium. For all ages. Thank you.
How you solve the smell problem? I believe if you use catfish, it will be smelly atau amis gitu ya. Then how you solve it?
Okay, thank you for asking, judges. For untuk for maybe the first, clean the catfish and remove the fishy smell by soaking it in lemon juice.
Sudah coba belum?
Yes,
Ya,
we.
saya pernah mencoba ide ini dan disukai oleh beberapa guru termasuk teman-teman saya.
That's all.
Okay, next will be Mr. Michael Song. You can ask the questions.
Tambahan aja dari Pak Jonathan. Sebenarnya kalau misalnya ice cream lele ini berapa persen sebenarnya lele ya di dalam ice cream tersebut?
Terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya. Izin menjawab. Jadi lele yang dipergunakan sendiri cuman dagingnya saja. Jadi lele ini dipisahkan dari tulang, kepala, dan kulitnya. Sehingga untuk membersihkan bau amisnya itu lebih efektif, dan dagingnya yang dipakai cuma dagingnya aja untuk sebagai campuran dalam es krimnya sendiri itu. Jadi cuma dagingnya yang dipakai. Untuk limbah tulang, kulit, dan kepalanya itu bisa digunakan sebagai produk lain. Seperti teman saya kemarin menggunakan kulit, kepala, dan tulang lele sebagai baluran untuk keripik tempe, sehingga bisa dijual. Keripik tempe tersebut memiliki kandungan tambahan. Terima kasih.
Why ice cream? Kenapa es krim lelenya? Kenapa nggak jadi produk lain aja?
Terima kasih sudah bertanya. Jadi kenapa es krim? Es krim disukai oleh banyak kalangan, mulai dari kecil, remaja, hingga dewasa. Terus saya memperhatikan dari beberapa faktor juga, es krim lebih ramai dan dibeli oleh orang-orang, sehingga saya kepikiran untuk membuat es krim yang selama ini hanya manis dan bisa menyebabkan diabetes maupun obesitas. Saya inovatifkan menggunakan daging lele yang memiliki beberapa kandungan seperti omega 3, memiliki tinggi kalsium, dan disitulah bisa membantu untuk mengurangi dampak dari diabetes dan obesitas akibat terlalu banyak minum es krim yang selama ini biasa dimakan oleh orang-orang. Terima kasih.
Okay, one last question from me. Jadi kalau sebenarnya apakah ada selain lele gitu yang mungkin kalau misalnya idenya es krim dan ada omega 3 dan lain-lainnya, kenapa harus lele kalau gitu? Apakah supply lelenya di sana banyak atau sebenarnya juga nggak begitu banyak juga di daerah kalian?
Izin menjawab. Jadi sebenarnya es krim ini bisa dari beberapa jenis ikan yang lain. Cuma saya melihat dari beberapa faktor, yaitu di beberapa daerah saya itu merupakan mayoritas komoditas adalah peternak lele. Jadi saya ingin memanfaatkan komoditas tersebut untuk mengolah menjadi suatu produk yang dapat menyehatkan dan dapat memberikan pemasukan lebih, selain lele tersebut hanya diolah menjadi makanan utama seperti digoreng maupun dibikin makanan kayak semur dan lain-lain gitu. Terima kasih.
Okay, then we would like to proceed to the question from Mr. Nicole Salvana. The time is yours.
All right, thank you very much. So apologies, no, I cannot speak in Bahasa. So I'll just be asking one question, no? So as you know, the fish and ice cream doesn't really seem like a good match at face value, diba? Why would something you'd eat as a meal, no, mixed with your dessert? So my question is, how will you be able to convince your potential customers, or how are you going to make this a marketable product? No, that has the potential that the customers would like to buy this product from Celo.
So you can answer, or do you mind if I translate the questions for you so it's easier? So the question from Mr. Nikov Salvano is, jadi kenapa istilahnya gimana caranya itu menarik orang-orang di luar gitu, karena mereka tuh mikirnya es krim dengan lele itu agak unik, dan sebenarnya lele itu kan buat makanan main dish bukan dessert kayak gitu. Bisa dijawab dari Celo? English. Thank you.
Permission to, thank you for asking permission to, we will promote talk offline on online about the benefit of catfish. Promotion in Instagram or in we website. Benefit of catfish. Why catfish? Thank you.
Okay. I think that's enough from the question from the judges, and thank you for answering.
Yeah, thank you so much, Celo.
Yes.
Actually, I'm very interested, to actually try their ice cream. So, Celo, if you could send us the product to Podomoro University, then I would love it.
Yeah, because actually it's a unique product, right? We never
Yeah.
see in, because usually Mr. Nicole Salvana is right. Usually ice cream is for dessert, and dessert usually is so sweet,
Yeah.
not salty. But it's a unique and it's worth to try. Maybe you can send it to Podomoro University, or you can attend any bazaar from Podomoro,
Yeah,
right?
all of us would definitely love to try
Yes.
catfish ice cream.
Especially I love catfish so much.
Yeah.
So it's worth to try.
Okay, next, which speech do we have?
I think we're done for now. No, kidding.
Just kidding.
We still have DG panel. So DG panel, whenever you're ready, the time is yours.
Okay, is my teams are here now. Pardon committees, one of my team members isn't here yet. Okay. Have you ever wondered whether there are other options to reduce your electricity costs and how to get them? Dear judges and committees, thank you for the opportunity to do these presentations. We are DG Panel, a marketplace platform, digital platform for solar panels, and be the answer to that. From this presentation, we highlight 4 points that we will convey. First, the problem and solutions, introduction of DG Panel, our market size, and last but not least, our prototype and milestones. There are some problems that we have found. Based on statement from the Asosiasi Energi Surya Indonesia, it was stated that there was an increase in solar panel users in Indonesia by 486% of the total users in 2018. Unfortunately, the use of solar panels in Indonesia has not yet reached national target. And based on a statement from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia, the use of solar panels energy is currently only under 100 megawatts. Meanwhile, in terms of potential, it can reach 207 gigawatts, and this has not yet reached the half of it. There are several factors that influence the reasons why people in Indonesia do not use solar panel energy. First, because the use of solar panel technology is quite expensive, and second is lack of information in the optimizing and uses of solar panels. From these problems, we hereby offer a solution, that is DigiPanel. DigiPanel is a solar panel aggregator startup that enables users to order products or services for installing solar panels from vendors. Dear judges, we're going to share you one of the features of DigiPanel. Dear judges, Mrs. Della, here Mrs. Della has a problem with the increase in her electricity bill. Every month she has to pay her electricity bill with an average of 600,000 rupiah. Then she found DigiPanel and used one of the features of DigiPanel, that is the calculator feature which functions to calculate electricity cost after installing solar panels in her home. And after calculating, if she uses 1 kilowatt solar panels, she can save 150,000 rupiah every month. Now, after using DigiPanel service, Mrs. Della is happy because there are no more problems with her electricity bill. Dear judges, here is our unique value propositions. First, quick installation and location analysis filter. The location analysis filter serves to analyze the potential use of solar panel in the user's area. Here is our business model. We use a B2B2C business model that will connect vendors with customer. Our system is customer will access DigiPanel and make requests through DigiPanel. Then DigiPanel will forward the request and customer profile the vendor. If the vendor is interested in the offer from customer, vendors can communicate directly with customer with the chatbot feature. With this activity, DigiPanel receives revenue through seller revenue, bidding service, premium service, and advertisement. The judges, here is our unique value proposition. First, quick installations and location analysis filter. The location analysis filter serves to analyze the potential use of solar panel in the user area. Second, calculator feature serves as a tool to calculate electrical energy needs according to the user's home. Third, database feature as a solar panel energy storage that is integrated in user applications and website. Fourth, bidding service serves to custom purchase solar panel product according to user need. And last, leasing service serves to rent solar panel product within certain time so that users do not need to spend money to buy a solar panel product. For market size, we use a calculation of market size using TAM SAM-SOM. With a TAM of 68.9 million total household in Indonesia, SAM 12 million total household in Indonesia who have financial capability to install solar panel. Then SOM we calculate it by taking 10% from SAM, which is 1.2 million. To reach this market size, and we do go to market strategy, which include first cooperative startup provider, reach all factories in West Java to order and install the solar panel system using our platform, free trial to new member, and carry out multi-channel marketing activities. Since DigiPanel first launched this idea, we have received several achievements. From this achievement, we have received funding of 20 million rupiah, and we also have key traction target for the first year. This is by getting 1,245 order, 5,000 or more sign-up activities on DigiPanel, and the retention rate target by 39%. Then financial projection from DigiPanel. It can be seen from this graph, DigiPanel will experience an increase and decrease from total revenue. However, for the next 3 years, we are optimistic to get an increase in revenue everywhere with a payback period of 2.9 years. Here is our prototype documentation from DigiPanel. For details, you can access the link below.
So for the first judges, we have Mr. Michael Song for asking the questions for the groups.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Actually, electrical tracking, there is one company that I've worked with, a startup as well. It's called Listrik. I don't know if you heard about it. Basically, they're able to use AI technology to aggregate how much energy you're using per home and monitor how much your energy use. So maybe that's, instead of you trying to create again a new platform, you can work with them. It'll be easier. But on the other hand, I'm still quite confused on how, if you're an aggregator and it's such a growing market, why is your financial growth so small?
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. Let me answer the question. So, our potential is so small, is so small to grow up, because
at the first time when we develop this idea, we try to educate people of Indonesia about solar panel energy. What is the benefit if they are used solar panel energy and others. And then uh, after they aware about solar panel energy, we can we can give them our idea. Then we hopefully by this by try this by that's the process, we can get the positive feedback from the people of Indonesia, and then we can get the revenue. So there is the long time to develop this idea, and we cannot sell our product at the first time. So at the first time, we educate the people of Indonesia, and then after we educate the people of Indonesia, we can sell our product. So it needs a long time. So that's why our financial is small to grow. I think that maybe start.
So why do you think Indonesian households have not bought more solar panels? Why?
Yeah, because by on the data, we found there is the some of households in Indonesia haven't used the solar panel energy yet. However, the potential is more. So the factor why the people of Indonesia does not use this, does not aware the solar panel energy yet, because of the technology of solar panel is more effective, and then they also lack of the information to. So that's why we create this idea to solve the problem.
Next, we would like to proceed to the questions from Mr. Nikov Stalfana.
All right, thank you very much. So I think one of the factors on why people aren't getting solar panel is because it's expensive. But even though in the long run you're going to save money, the immediate cash or funds to purchase the solar panel is expensive to majority of the households. So according to that, in your research, you said it's too expensive for people. So how are you going to combat? Is your product cheaper in terms of solar panels?
Well, thank you for the question. Maybe
I ask to make our user sure about our application. So we will going to branding our apps, and we also do some marketing campaign. And at the first year, we really focus to improve our brand awareness and educate the application. And in the marketing campaign, maybe we will show how the apps works to cut the electricity cost.
Okay, maybe I will also give the answer. Like we said before in our pitch deck, we already said how DigiPanel work to solve the problem. So in this case, there is a mother who have the problem with their electric cost in every month. So by using the DigiPanel, they can save their money around 150,000 in every month. So by this statement, we try to educate people what is the benefit if they are use our product. So that's why at the first time we try to educate the people of Indonesia by our social media. Maybe that's all.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, next questions from Mr. Jonathan Gultam.
Okay, I have some questions and advice. Have you talked to your potential customers and get the insight from them why they use or why they don't use?
Did your panel may answer questions?
All right. And now, when since we developed this idea, we just already take the data by looking for the journal, and then we also looking for the data by the news and the profile and the trust data that we have. So from the first and at this step we haven't checked to the customer why they are do not use the solar panel yet, and why they are use the solar panel yet. But by the data we found like we said before in our problem, why the people of Indonesia haven't used the solar panel yet because of they are say the technology of solar panel is is expensive than PLN, so that's why they are choose PLN.
That's correct answer. The main problem of the solar panel is it's so expensive. The payback period is around 6 to 8 years maybe. So not worth enough to invest on solar panel for the household. So I think you have to focus on it, then try to solve that problem, how to reduce the cost of it. For example, do a collective or something, and things like that. Because this is a heavy technology heavy industry, then I believe the answer is on the technology, not on the platform to sell the solar panel. So I think you have to focus on it, how to solve it, how to reduce the cost. That's
well,
very much.
We also already answered that by our pitch deck by giving the leasing service to serve them so that the user do not use their much money to buy or use solar panel energy. And also we already give any serve and feature so that the user can find the solar panel product easily.
All right. Thank you so much for DG panel for answering all the questions. That was a great one also. But I think the only insight is just give some comparison with the other your competitors. So the judges also can see what is the strength and then what is the weakness also. But overall it's good, right?
Yes,
It
correct,
is
correct.
very, very interesting, and also maybe one day we all gonna use solar panel as well, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully once it get more
Yeah.
cheaper.
Uh, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you a story about my grandfather. As a favorite car, the 1979 Civic. He really likes the car that is still stored in the garage because it has a lot of memory and wants to drive it every day. But the performance of the car is not good and has high ambitions. Even if you want to repair it, the availability of spare parts is difficult to find. Apart from this story, we also found various problems. According to BPS, the increase in the number of cars in Indonesia from 2015 to 2020 reached 3 million. Another problem we found from Metron.com, the pollution level in Indonesia reached 60%. Due to the use of fuel oil with data in Jakarta, the AQI was recorded at 2.5 particulate meters, 27 times higher than the WHO regulations. Therefore, Mada EV provides a solution to swap the internal combustion engine to an electric motor. This engine control and monitor the condition of the car using a smart car control center called MADA. Based on BPS for vehicle data recorded in 2020, Java ranks first with a large percentage of 6.2%. Seeing his makes MADA EV find an opportunity for the engine swap market with electrification. According to the public survey in January 2022, 29% of respondents plan to buy an electric car. Another 31% plans to buy an electric car in the next 5 years. This survey was conducted during the period 3 until 9 January 2022 and to 1,002 Indonesian citizens, consisting of 523 men and 479 women, with an age range of 18 to 55 years. To take advantage of the large electric car market, we target male consumers aged 30 until 40 years, who are in the upper middle class and with income above 20 million, who live in metropolitan areas in Java, who have an automotive hobby by collecting classic retro cars. In terms of positioning, we have evaluated we call make your old car run perfectly without making any carbon emission. This value is not owned by our competitors such as Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Honda, Toyota, Tesla, and NIO. To reach this market, we will launch product with a rapid penetration strategy. We will market products according to the specification decided by consumers, and we will ignite of promotion through social media and automotive exhibitions. In terms of the financial plan, we compiled the cost we need to realize our business idea, which consists of the total variable cost with a fixed cost of approximately 600 million. Then for the cost of goods sold with a margin that we set, which is 20%, it is 483 million rupiah. As for the calculation of the break-even point, you must sell a minimum 2 units with a value of 967 million rupiah. The net profit margin is 60.11%. While
we would like to proceed to the question and answer session. First of all, we would like to welcome Mr. Nikov Savana for your questions.
So, since you're an electric company, no? So my question is, how's the electric ecosystem of Indonesia? So I'm asking this because, for example, Tesla, the reason why it works in the US because they have electric gasoline stations, they have electric power banks. So in Indonesia, are there similar electric stations? Because if there's not, for now, I think the Indonesia electric car wouldn't work as well. So how's the ecosystem of Indonesia there in terms of electric?
Hello, Amanda F., you may answer the question.
Sorry, give me more time to answer this question.
Hello. Uh, Thank you. I want to answer this question. The ecosystem is still not running now, but in the future will grow because in this point the government policies in zero emission, and we know the president make a politician about the electrical vehicle.
So yeah, just keep in mind of that. No, keep the research because if you don't have an ecosystem, no, I think the only reliable way to get electricity is if they go back in their home and charge it, diba? So the reason why, as I said, about Tesla is working right now because they have supercharger stations, which there's a lot of them, so they can just go diba, and charge if they're low bat for long distance traveling. So that's just something to keep in mind. Pero thank you for your answer.
Thank you so much for Mr. Nico Sofana. Next, we have a questions from Mr. Jonathan Gultam.
Okay, thank you very much. I love the idea, but I have some advice for you. Okay, I think the combustion engine or the combustion car works with a totally different principle with the electrical car. It has totally different design. But can you do it? Yes, you can, but not in a lowest price. So I think if you want to do this business, then you have to focus on how to convert, let's say, the rate to the old style car to become the electrical car. Your goal is not to reduce the cost, okay? Because the cost will not be reduced; it will be increased if you convert the car to the electrical car. That's my advice, and I think you have to think about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan Gultam, for the advice. Next, we would like to proceed to Mr. Michael Soon.
Thank you for that.
As part of Mr. Nikol's point, actually, the Indonesian ecosystem is still not ready for electronic vehicles. They're still going on, but it's still not a big scale. But actually, another idea is that, because from your presentation, from my understanding, yeah, you are converting classic cars into electronic vehicles. But the bigger issue here right now is the majority of cars available in the market, which is basically all the other cars, the normal cars. But again, I was discussing this with Pa Jonathan. Why don't you start with motorcycles? Because that should be the easier conversion, the biggest volume with the lowest cost. And especially right now, a lot of the carbon emission is coming from motorcycles instead of cars. Because if you see on the road anywhere, it's mostly more affordable to buy motorcycle compared to cars. And it's easier to convert this. Why don't you start from motorcycles instead?
You can answer the questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you for that, guys.
How do you develop this technology yourself, or are you working with someone else who can develop this technology to convert from the a normal motor to electrical?
Okay, we collaboration with the KHD and UMY.
I'm assuming they are engineering school or probably people who are engineers. Is that correct?
Yes.
For Mara EV, the presentation is so good actually.
Yeah.
It was the first time I saw someone talking about automotive. Oh, sorry, about automotive. Yeah. So hard to pronounce. Something about car because actually I never actually. It's rarely someone talking about about transportation, all the stuff. Most of them talking about foods and all the stuff. But
And
it
also-
actually great, right?
Yeah, and also the other, I think it's going to be like very innovative and going to be very useful in the future if they can actually, create it.
Yes. Also, you guys also can work with DG panel for that, right? Because they're using solar panel. Maybe you guys can mash up and then boom.
Make solar panel powered cars.
Yes, that's right. It's worth to try, right? So next we have the next group is from Kisitaneri. Wherever you're ready, the time is yours.
Di-share dulu. Di-share dulu presentasinya. Hello everyone, this is Della, 20 years old woman from Bali who has high desire for vacation and has a lot of destination and traveling plan that she would like to visit. We can call her traveling enthusiast. Too much planning actually is not good because sometimes it will confuse her and end up with a plan only. Della is not the only one. We're looking at secondary data from TikTok. There are many travelers who feel the same. Their problems are different, but we can summarize it into three key problems. The first one is most travelers lack information about their destination. Some question comes up in their mind, what will I do during vacation? Where should I go tomorrow? What kind of transportation that I will use and any others. Next is limited budget. They have a lot of plan, but the problem is the budget is not infinite. So sometimes budget be the barrier of every travelers. And the last one is the travelers don't have time to plan their vacation. Most of them relies on others for planning. Let's talk about the fact. Indonesia has more than 3,000 tourist destinations according to the data book in 2019. And the number of visitors to Indonesia in March 2022 increased more than 200% compared with a year ago. The significant number of tourist objects often confuse travelers with their destination, and not all destinations give a free charge to the travelers. That is why budget and destination are the main focus that travelers need to plan before vacation. But the problem is, not all travelers have time to do it. What if there is a service that can do it for you? We present to you Itinerary,
A digital-based travel planning service that makes it simple for travelers to plan their vacation with a limited budget. Because we believe that everyone has a chance to go anywhere. This itinerary provides traveler with vacation planning, including time allocation, place destination with outfit reference and transformation information. And also the main feature is budgeting for each day during the vacation. So travelers may enjoy the moment without worrying about anything. For the business process, we divide into two types, B2B and B2C. But for enterprise, we focus on B2C direct to the customer. We're targeting millennial and Gen Z who have desire to vacation but have limited budget. There are some companies that work in the same field with us. We are focusing on some feature which is itinerary, total budget estimation, accommodation, and recommend the underrated place other than common place. With the target market previously explained, we get 100 million people for our shop. We are targeted internet user in order to reach that market in the enterprise. We're focusing on build the brand awareness by offering the holiday content, which is indirectly the low fidelity prototype, as you can see on the slide. And for the growth place, we are focusing on collaboration with travel agency as the part of the itinerary that we create. For running this business, the total investment that we need is 69 million rupiah with the 10-month payback period. For the revenue stream, we will get from the trip planning and ads, and also we get more than six customer and almost 2,000 trip plan in a year with a qualified team from different discipline. We believe that this itinerary is feasible to carry out. This itinerary, your fun traveling partner.
All right. Thank you so much for this itinerary. For the first question, we will give to Mr. Jonathan Gautam.
Okay, I love the way you start from your customer's problem. Okay, I think that's the goal of business, to solve your customer's problem. I have some questions. Who is your direct competitors and what make you better than them?
Okay.
Can you answer the questions?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Maybe I will answer first. Our direct competitor is called Aturin. So maybe some of you didn't familiar about Aturin, but basically we offer the same service with them, but the unique value that we offer is we offer the detailed itinerary itself and the underrated place, because some of providers, some of a company that offering it will use the common place. Like if you want to go to Bandung, they will recommend you to go to Tangkuban Perahu and any others. But in fact, there are some places that you will not find it on the internet, but you can find it from the people who live in Bandung itself. So this what make us different, because we will recommend underrated place, and we also give the detailed information to our customer, like for the transportation guidelines, because sometimes we are confusing with the new place, like where should I go, what the kind of transportation that we will use. So in our itinerary, we will provide the detailed itinerary until the customer will not confuse about anything at all. Maybe it can answer your question, sir.
Do you know the open trip? Maybe you can consider it as one of your feature. Then you can put how your customers can create their own open trip, so everybody can join and create their own trip.
Okay, may I give some speech again? So basically, we for the next further we will use the feature like you talked previously, sir. On our website, we will give a place for the customer who already use our service to create their own itinerary. So it will like a platform, like sharing platform for all travelers to share their to share their vacation in our platform. So, but thank you for your suggestion.
All right. Thank you so much for Mr. Jonathan Galton.
Okay, next we will have to have the questions from Mr. Michael Su.
My question is, how do you make, I mean, if you have this service, for example, you can click and say, okay, I want to go to this place, this place, this place, and then you give me an approximate budget, and then that's it. Then the customer says, okay, I'm just going to book it from Traveloka. How do you make customers stay in your app or website so they finish the purchase, the whole purchase, not just look for you because you have this wonderful technology, but then if I want to book something, everything's available in Traveloka. How do you make them stay?
Okay, thank you for your question. Maybe I will answer it again. So basically, our service is not for the first step. Our service is just a itinerary, but for the next phase, we will collaboration with a travel agency like maybe Secret Ticket Hunter or Papyrus Travel. It over the ticket cheaper than any other platform. So we are not only offering the itinerary, so how we can make it sustain, because if you want to if you use Traveloka, for example, if you want to go I will use Bandung again. If you want to go to Bandung, you will search only like a plane ticket or the hotel. But if you use our platform, you can order it in the with just only one platform. Like, you get what I mean. Like, if you want to go to Bandung, you not only use you not only buy the ticket, but the itinerary from day one until day 7 you are in Bandung. So it will more efficient for us, because we're not supposed to go to Traveloka, or we go again to the internet or the recommendation place in Bandung. So it will take a much time like that. So
Additional question from me. Have you ever considered being, say, there's event organizers, wedding organizers, the travel planner, travel organizer, basically? That's something that's probably, if I want to, maybe you can have I don't know if I haven't seen the prototype, but for example, if I want to go to Bandung, then I'm this kind of person, I like these kind of things, then it auto filters everything and makes it easier for me to choose activities and or things to do, and then you can actually categorize it, everything, and then pack it for me. Is it do you guys have that already, or have you ever thought about that?
yes, we already talked about it and consider it. So in our feature, we also recommended, sir. We also add this feature like you thought previously.
All right. Thank you so much for Mr. Michael Su. Next, we have a question from Mr. Nikhil Salfana.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm guessing this is similar to travel agency. Correct. So there are I think thousands of travel agency that you are competing with, right? For like personal, like even one person can create their own travel agency. They just need to have the right connections. So my question is, what is your advantage compared? Because there are a lot of I think the most important thing is marketing is the name of the game in this industry, especially in the
Million user on Instagram. Like, have you watched the video, like or maybe on your FYP on the TikTok, like someone who share about their vacation, and more than 1,000 people comment like, oh my God, spill the budget. Oh my God, I want to go there. Maybe you can share it. If the old travel agency already exists, and why people are still asking about it? Because what? Because travel agency offering that not the someone needed. That's not a Gen Z and millennial needed right now. Because what? Because they want to go. Because right now millennial and Gen Z want to go to the place, and not like a common place, like travel agency offering previously, like maybe if you want to go to Thailand, maybe they will recommend you the most common place. But if you use this if but our services recommend you the underrated place, not only underrated place, but it's something amazing that you will regret if you don't visit this place if you are going there. Like maybe it will make us different from the old travel agency, sir.
Thank you so
So,
much.
in terms of you said
Marty Sataneri and Mr. Nikol Salfana. And I think we're going to the next group, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to proceed to the next one.
Yes, because actually this one is very interesting,
Yeah, they were
And
like talking about traveling and all of those stuff.
yeah, also most of people like traveling. Who didn't like traveling, right?
Yeah.
So what do we have?
Okay, for the next speech, we have from Islamic Kid. So for Islamic Kid, the time and stage is yours.
The need to study Islam is not only limited to religious experts, but also to all Muslims. In this era, the younger generation of Islam is starting to fulfill their curiosity about Islam. However, because the youngster is growing up in the age of technology, digital Islamic learning platforms are needed, which provide Islamic theories that are reliable, easily accessible, and have fascinating features. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are from Islamic team with Riza Amalia, Muhammad Fatih Farhan, and Hana Sawarda. Next slide, please. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Muslim millennials want to study Islamic religious knowledge in depth in Indonesia. Okay. In depth Indonesia itself, there is at least 197 Muslim millennials. But in Indonesia, an Islamic learning platform is still hard to find. There is no Islamic learning media yet that is complete and in accordance with the needs. Sorry. We can't see this.
Okay, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Please wait a minute. We're gonna show the PPT.
Uh, can I start it now? Okay. Muslim millennials want to study Islamic religious knowledge in depth. In Indonesia, itself there is at least 197 Muslim millennials. But in Indonesia, an Islamic learning platform still hard to find. There is not Islamic learning media yet that is complete and in accordance with the needs of millennials. Also, given the fact that millennials are growing up in the midst of technology development, they need Okay.
Okay, Hannah, you could continue.
Therefore, we are here as a solution by creating a digital education platform, which from creating this platform, we hope it will bring new innovation and can help millennials in learning Islamic religious knowledge. We present a digital Islamic education platform, Islamic Kid, all the kindness in a kid.
Okay, so what is Islamic Kid? Islamic Kid is it's an Islamic learning education that is designed to help the millennials to study Islam. Here in this picture, you can see a few of our features. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the vision and mission of Islamic Kid. First, the vision is all-in-one Islamic learning in hand, and mission is to provide an all-in-one app for Islamic learning. Next. Okay, so our potential market is users who are familiar with digital application, Indonesian Muslim, and Indonesian millennial Muslim. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so our marketing strategy is that we will through social media, paid advertising, educational content, referral programs, and direct interaction. Next slide, please. So the advantage of Islamic Kid is that we are all in one app, meaning that we provide all Islamic features that needed by user. Next. Here in this slide, you can see the competitor of Islamic Kid. And we see our development from factors such as trusted source of teacher, mentor, user growth, rate, sales growth, and revenue rate.
This next has three types of business model. The first is prior support, which benefits applies for free. The second one is learning features that apply free trial for 1 month. After 1 month trial, user
We're going to proceed to the question and answer session. First of all, we would like to have the questions from Mr. Michael Sung.
This is very, I would say, very unique, very specialized product, yeah. But how is your competitors growing or making money?
You may proceed to answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the question. One of our competitor, let's say Uma, they provide one of the feature that has a similar feature like us is e-learning, and then they're making money from charging the subscription for the user from the e-learning. So we did the same method on our e-learning, which is e-learning video. We charge our consumer for the subscription after the 1 month trial.
So I'm assuming you already have subscribers lah, basically. How many people actually convert? So basically from the free model to paying, like how many people have already moved to paying customers?
So actually for now, Islamic Kid is just an idea, which is we haven't running the application yet, so we're not having the consumer or consumer that already paying for us. The method or the idea of charging the consumer for e-learning media, it's just still an idea from us, so we haven't already applied it yet.
you know how much your competitor is making from the e-learning platform for the basically how much is your competitor making from the e-learning?
For the specific number of the revenue that our competitors have from the making money from e-learning, we haven't doing a research yet about that, so we haven't the specific number to show you.
That's all.
Okay, thank you so much for Islamic Kid. Next, we have a questions from Mr. Nico Salfana.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to comment on this product. I think it has so much potential because I guess like the younger generation, the Gen Z talaga, they're always on their phones and sometimes they can't bring themselves to read the book like the Quran, diba? So good job on targeting that so far. So, but I think the main question is, I think how will you be earning? Diba? You said I think similar to what the previous panel said, no? So you have to look talaga at the conversion of the free to the paid model, di ba? Kasi if you really want an in-depth of Islam or any religion, you usually go to someone and to talk about it, di ba? To go to the church or to go to an event to really increase your spiritual growth, di ba? To communities and gano'n. And for me, how will the upgraded model give that compared to going there personally and talk to people about the Islam, about a religion? So how will you compete with that?
Okay, thank you for the question. So actually, this idea of Islamic Kid, it's appear from us, the team, that our concern about we want to learn Islam from like digital platform like videos or like digital e-learning material, but we haven't find yet in Indonesia itself. We haven't find yet an application that provide all of the material that we need to study Islam. So and about these concern are as the same concern like the other Muslim millennials. We think that the other Muslim millennials in Indonesia is feeling the same because there's actually a lot of video about Islamic material or Islamic a lecture in YouTube or like somewhere else, but they're like spirit or like not in one application. So we could access from one application and we could learn all about Islam in just one application.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we would like to proceed to Mr. Jonathan Gulthorpe.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe you have the potential market, a lot of potential market, but I have some questions. In really in general, not only in okay, some people have their own views about the teaching. Then how you choose your mentors and to make sure that this is the best.
Okay, thank you for the question. So how we know that the mentor that we choose is the best or the right mentor for us is actually we provide a feature in our application which we show the profile or the CV from the mentor. So you could see the mentor and you could see their profile, like their their background and such as things like that. And then when you know the right mentor, I mean, let's say you want to study about like story of apostles, Islamic apostles, you could see someone that have the same background in teaching historical of apostles, or they have been having a skill in teaching historic apostle. You could choose them as your mentors. Or let's say you want to learn about Tajweed or like Fiqh, you could see the mentor that already have a skill or like experience teaching in Tajweed or like Fiqh, and you could choose them as your mentors. And actually, we limited our mentoring feature, so we're not like focusing really on education, but mentor is actually here is having role to like not only teaching them about Islamic material or Islamic things or Islamic things about it Islamic, but they also have a role to like giving users or a consumer to like motivate them.
One more advice. I think this is not about the skill, okay, but this is about teaching. Teaching means different views has a different teaching. So I advise you to have, a board of expert to screen your mentors. That's my advice.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for Mr. Jonathan for the advice and all the judges that
Yes,
already asked the question.
Also, thank you for Islamic Kid for that pitching.
Yes, because actually it's quite unique also, right?
Yeah. Okay, then we would like to proceed to the next pitch deck, which is
Which is the next one, new. Whenever
Time.
you're ready.
The time and stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, fellow friends and judges. We are from New Live. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Marisa. I'm Julianti. And we are with our teammates, Riandra. Tiga Dara's vision is to be the foremost green developer in Southeast Asia for sustainable developments, trusted by clients, employees, society, and shareholders. In order to achieve that, we provide sustainable space with high-quality construction materials, develop innovative solutions, and actively support government programs in promoting urban development and improving the Human Development Index. We live with energy as our staple needs, and this is a fact that everyone knows, but not many are aware of. Use fossils, gas, and many other resources to generate electricity. We think of it as an unlimited source, and maybe we're right. But what if one day when we woke up, we ran out of energy? Global warming is rising, the Arctic is melting, ozone is thinning, and the sun feels hotter and hotter day by day. What happened? Our population keeps on increasing, and not only in Jakarta or Indonesia, but also globally. If we didn't start a more sustainable lifestyle, how long can we last? Especially with the source of energy we currently use. This is what we from Tiga Dara have been working on. We call it the New Live Project. New Live is an urban, eco-friendly public space. The eco-living space will mainly be focused on leading to the start of living a sustainable lifestyle. We take eco-living seriously. We will build this project with recycled construction materials, open green outdoors, and run all the business with our free energy. We will build a semi-outdoor shopping district, empowering local small and medium enterprises, an educational platform, co-working space, zero-waste grocery store, an art gallery featuring local artists, nice street food market, and main hall for events and exhibitions. Our space is different from the usual public space. We will construct it in the shape of our leaf clover to give our personal touch. And we are expecting to launch this project in January 2025. New Live has many potentials. Starting from eco-housing, fisheries, and even charging stations, we can take part in supporting Indonesia Free from Emission 2060 program. Moreover, we are running the business with our free energy. Our free energy is generated from an electromagnetic source. Recently, on 3rd of March 2022, major cities across Taiwan, including the capital Taipei, have seen widespread power failures after a reported accident at a power plant. They use electromagnet to generate electricity, and we're planning on adopting this method to run our business.
Our main target are both domestic and international visitors, ranging from 12 to 55 years old, with middle to high income, and eco-living and food enthusiasts also within our target range. We'll work with local farmers, collaborate on filling our prime needs by making our own ecosystem. This project will also help the local farmers to increase their MTP, which is a barometer of farmers' welfare, and will be an educational platform to enrich the farming. We'll also work with some small and medium enterprises, local artists, and travel apps.
For the online promotion, we will use travel agents to attract international tourists. And for the online promotion, we will use several social media platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, website, Facebook, and Twitter.
Since the pandemic, there are some similar semi-outdoor businesses. They also adopt the healthy living concept, but what makes New Live different? Because we run all the business with our free energy.
We got this data based on our research by asking some questions to our pilots, so we can conclude from our other competitors that New Live is unique and worth the money.
Our income mainly generates from rents and ticket sales. Within 5 years of projection, we expect to gain more than 200% profit, and the numbers are expected to grow in accordance with the increase of public awareness in healthy and sustainable lifestyle.
We will reach our BEP within 3 years of operations, and expected gross revenue grows up to the 3.5 trillion rupiah.
We share our profit to society and our planet by holding a CSR program. Each tree planted equals each ticket you've purchased. With approximately 200 tickets targeted each day, there will be 200 trees planted across our country.
We are a team of three ranging from different fields of expertise collaborating to make this project a hit.
Today, people are more aware of how important a healthy lifestyle is. We should start building a new living habit if we want to sustain our land for many years to come. So, let's conserve to preserve, because together we can make this world a much more sustainable place to live. Thank you.
Thank you so much, New Life, for the presentations and all the pitching. First of all, we would like to ask Mr. Michael Sung to answer.
Morning. I'm a bit confused. You're trying to sell a whole living space. So are you a property developer or what are you? I'm still a bit confused about that.
Yes, we're a property developer.
All right. Okay. So is it going to be just one, or is this just the first, and then you're gonna replicate this in a lot of other areas? Because it's a investment, I see it's almost $100 million.
Sir, so this project will expand, and our plan was to build this across our country, Indonesia first. So we will first start with our first project, this New Live project.
So this is actually an idea, or you're talking about an idea. So because you're trying to make a whole ecosystem at one go, that would be it's actually a very, very long-term and a very, very expensive project. Why not? Because you have actually a lot of ideas. You have small categories that's actually very, very useful. For example, the living, and then probably the recycling of the materials and whatnot. Why don't you start from one of them first? For example, the recycling materials for buildings. That's actually a very good idea. And that would be actually very, very feasible to start with, instead of making the whole ecosystem, right? I think that's, again, this is just an idea, but why not start from there?
So our first take was, we're thinking that in our general life, there are some prime needs that we need. One thing is the urban living. So actually, first off, we start with this urban living, the agricultural land. So we're thinking of expanding this business, and it could run into fisheries, and also from hydroponics, we could use the water for fisheries as well. So our first main take was urban farming itself. And why we decided to expand it the whole business, because we see that from this one field of urban farming itself, it could be expanded into several businesses as well. And for the recycled construction materials, we're thinking of collaborating actually with the company from Switzerland called the Natured Space. So that was the idea behind the New Living actually.
Okay, thank you so very much. Next, we would like to proceed to the questions from Mr. Nikov Salvana.
All right, thank you. So, first of all, I would like to commend you on your enthusiasm, for presenting your project. But my question, I think, similar as well. No, that's a lot of money, especially for creating the business. No, it's a big project. So, how are you planning to fund this project?
So we're planning to combine both angels and peer-to-peer actually. And since this business will go for a long term, we're thinking that we make it steps by step. So first off, we'll start with the urban farming itself. So it's not like 1 trillions like we just use all of them, no. So step by step from the urban farming and then the shopping district, and then we just rotate the funding. So we could expand our business slow but sure. So first off, angels and peer-to-peer.
All right. In terms of the organization of your project, so who will be heading this? Are there architects? Will there be researchers? What's your organization structure of your business?
I'm sorry, sir. Due to the connection issues, may you repeat the questions, please?
Okay, so what is the organizational structure of your business per se? So what will be the process? So will an architecture head this? Who will be heading this project?
Okay. Thank you, sir. So actually, we have our designer for this project. It's Riandra Benita here. And we will collaborate with architecture as well. So to make the foundation and to execute the design ideas, since we'll be using recycled construction materials, right, for the interiors. So it'll be collaborating between the two. And for the construction, we're thinking of working with property developers as well. So for now, that's our answer.
Okay, just to add, no, kasi when you're trying to get funding, especially trillions, no, what they're looking for, rather than just an idea, is credibility, no, for them to fund you. They want to see what have you done so far, diba? So that they can trust you with that big amount of money. So that's just something to look forward to, because if you don't have credibility in the past, I don't think the chances of funding is really low. So that's just something to think about. So thank you.
Last, we have a question from Mr. Jonathan Gultam.
Okay, I like the idealism of sustainable living, but I have to advise you, sometimes idealism is too hard to meet the business interests. You have to find the middle ground of those two extreme condition. Okay, and I have some question. What is the price of one house?
Question. So housing actually was part of our future plan. So what we currently have now is that we have rents for small, medium, and local enterprises, and it costs around 4 millions per month at the minimum. And we also have rents for the Nike street food market as well, and it costs around 3 millions per month. So we start off at a very minimum price first.
4 billion per month for one house.
There will be several stalls, several shops, I mean, that we will provide, and each shop's cost of 4 millions rupees per month. So annually it will be like do the math. Yeah. So it'll be around like that much. Yes.
Learn about this industry. or at least have you talked to someone who is in industry?
We haven't talked with someone from this industry, so we still do need some insights for sure.
Advice is just find someone so you can talk a lot about this industry. Because I came from this industry, I know the complexity of this industry. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Much for New Live. It was a very good pitching. And
Yeah.
wow, it's very actually a big business. It's
Yeah.
boom, right?
And the design was beautiful.
Yes, I love it. It's aesthetic.
Yeah, it's aesthetically pleasing to the eyes.
True.
Okay, then after New Leaf, next we would have an offline pitch deck finally.
Finally, the
From-
last one also.
Yeah, the last one.
So make
from-
sure you guys give the best of the best, right?
Yeah. The standards are very high, you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, then next we have for
Who? Okay, we have Lavareki. You can come up to the stage.
and the time is
Give a big
yours.
applause. The stage is yours. Fighting.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Before we start, we would like to thank all the judges and committees for this amazing opportunity to let us pitch our business ideas until the last round. And now we start. My name is Joyne Anggawati and I'm the CEO of Lavareki. Next. The word lavare comes from the Italian language that means wash or to wash, and we have started this business since September 2021. Next. Our vision is to make it easier for users to wash their face without wetting their arms and clothes. And our mission is to make users to feel comfortable and always want to use our products. Next. So we believe nowadays that everyone wash their face every single day. And we also believe that people often struggle to wash their face because water usually drips down to their arms. Next. So we made a product called our product made from microfiber towel and sewing rubber inside. So it can fit to anyone's arm perfectly. And we also use sewing yarn, and for the tools, we use scissors and sewing machine. Next. Our partners are Super Jiki Taylor, Good Time Handbook Shop, and Loose Boss and Rainbow Printing for our packaging. Next. Our product comes with 3 colors, which are blue, pink, and purple. As you can see, it looks like this. Next. Our packaging includes cardboard box, tissue paper, thank you and care card, and our sticker label. Next. To use this product, you just need to put the product around your wrist, and when you're done, you can squeeze the wire out and leave it dry for a few hours. And we also include the video demonstration. Next. Our target market is people around 12 under 70 years old, who are beauty vloggers, skincare user, beauty influencer, spa, and so on. Next. And here we meet some customer personas. For the first one, we have this 20-year-old college student and 32 years old worker. As you can see, they both have different pain and gain and different buying habits. Next. And for the second one, we have this 43 years old housewife and a 77 years old elderly. They also both have different pain and gain and buying habits. Next. And here are social media. We use Shopee, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Next. Here are some of our e-flyers that we've made to promote our products to our social media. Next. And here are some of our customer reviews, and currently we have 38 customers and still counting. Next. So most of our reviews are either good quality and fast responses or lack of motive, and some people prefer to use towel or tissue. Next. Our main competitors are facial towel and facial tissues. Now, why did people want to use our product instead of a regular towel or paper towel? Well, because if you use a regular towel, your arms are still gonna wet and you still have to change your clothes or either wear them wet. And if you prevent the usage of paper towel, you will reduce the usage, you will reduce water deforestation, carbon emission, and water pollution, and many more. Next. And here are some of our goals. We want to make a new motif for our wristband, and we were also thinking of making neck washband because some people struggled with wet color when they wash their face, and also a hairband. And we also hope that we could sell to more than 100 customers. We also want to endorse some influencers, and we also hope that we can have on our sewing machine so that we can save more on our budget. Next. And here are our team members, me as the CEO, Richie as the CFO, Valerie as the CMO, and Yuvita as the CTO. Next. And that's all for our bits. Thank you so much for listening. Spark your days with no worries.
Okay, thank you very much, Laborated, for that presentation of your pitch deck. Okay, first question will come from Mr. Nico Sofana. The time is yours.
All right, thank you. First of all, a very creative and cute product. So I think I have just one question. So I get the in terms of yung paper towel because you're trying to save environment. But what about regular towels? Why is it less effective compared to your wrist towels?
Valerie, tolong.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you can answer the questions, Laborated, or you want to repeat the questions?
Can you repeat the questions?
Okay, so basically, how is a regular towel? Why won't people just use a regular towel instead of your wrist towel?
If you use a regular towel, you will eventually wet your arms and you need to wipe it off. So when you use our product, it will easily to not wipe it and just let the water drip down to your wrist. So it will save your time more and it will make it easier for you to use our product.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time visualizing how will that, because after you wash, you get your towel and you're just going to pad it and then dry. So how will that wet? Yeah.
I think for some people, after they wash their face, the water also can wet your clothes. So either way, you will have to change or wear them wet. So if you use our product, it will make it easier for some people, so they don't have to change their clothes or wear it wet.
Okay. So kasi usually, diba, there's a hand towel that hangs there, correct? And then after you wash, you just put your towel in the hand towel that's being hung, diba? And then it's completely dry.
Yeah.
Diba? That's why the hand towel is for. So I'm just having a difficulty trying to find. I like the idea, diba? It looks nice, but in terms of the effectiveness, no, of drying the towel, kasi it's small, diba? Compared to people with bigger hands, or diba, if it's dripping, diba, the amount of effectiveness of the towel, I'm just concerned now baka it won't be as effective as a regular towel. So I think that's it for me. Pero besides that, it's aesthetically pleasing and great product. So thank you very much.
Nicholas Salfana. Next, we have Mr. Jonathan Gotham.
Okay, I love the simplicity of your product. Okay, I believe the product should be simple but solve the problem. But in business, you have to deliver a product that hard to be imitated by the competitors, and I don't think that your product is so hard to imitate. How you solve and how you address that problem.
Maybe you can answer the questions.
For the plagiarism, we can't really stop it because whatever happens, I think people will always copy if our products will be success. But probably we will improve it with some motive that is like iconic to our brand. Yeah.
Okay, then what's your next innovation of the product? Let's say more complex or a complicated product, or with some technology or something. Do you have a plan for it?
We also want to create a hairband and neckband.
That's all?
Yeah,
Okay.
for now on.
Okay, I think you have to discuss a lot with Mr. Mike because he knows a lot about textile. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan Gultam. Next, we'd like to proceed to Mr. Michael Su.
Okay, yeah, it's a cute product, but my question is, do you sell it in a box with everything, or just like one, or how do you sell it right now?
It's in a box like this.
So it's four. It comes in four bands.
Actually, it depends on how many that person is buying, but we fit until it's full.
Okay. But just now I saw you already sold some products. Was it? How many have you sold?
38 pairs.
38 pairs. Friends or random strangers?
Mostly our friends, but there are also some strangers.
Oh. Okay, that's good. So it sells. As long as it sells. Okay.
Okay.
But again, I think Gulta mentioned good things like what's next? What's next after the is it just going to be something that you're gonna just focus on face wash, like basically not to drip your face, or do you have any idea after that?
Yes, from now on we are more focusing on the water that when we wash our face, it won't get to our skin and our clothes. And probably we will make our own towel brain for our body.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for all the judges, and also thank you very much for Lavareke for that. Thank you.
Let me go back to your seat. That's a cute product, actually.
Yeah, I actually wanted because I actually do lots of skincare, you know, and it's
Yes,
kind of
yes.
annoying because I like to wear lots of accessories, and I hate it when they get ruined from getting water on them.
Really, true. Especially some Islamic friends also use sometimes some watch. They want to do like the wudu on all the
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
It's gonna help them also.
Okay, those are all of our 10 finalists, and all of those 10 pitches were definitely amazing.
Indeed, it was so cool. I think all the youthpreneur over here is very innovative, very
Yeah.
creative. A lot of news ideas also we saw.
And that is why we named this event as Youthpreneur in Action.
True. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the winner, we are going to have an hour of break time. So make sure you guys can have a relaxation. You guys can have a lunch. You guys can, wandering around for 1 hour. And in the Zoom, don't forget to go back because we're gonna to announce the winner after this also.
Okay. Now, so stay tuned at Youthpreneur in Action 2022, everyone, and don't go anywhere because there are many excitements coming up.
Thank you and bye-bye.
changes.
Life. Life.
I was fine when you held my hand. I was fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. You were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. We started it claim this love that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Paranoid, you claim this love that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back.
photo.
course. Have you tried it?
We did it together. Did you forget?
Oh, yeah, forgot. Actually, we did it together also. It's very good. But unfortunately, the other cannot come, right? If they can come, it will be like more cool. And by the way, do you know what session are we having after this?
Okay, so after this, we would like to have a session, a talk show hosted by the one and the only Mr. Erwin Arifin with the title "Competition is Not for Losers."
So without lingering, let's welcome Mr. Erwin Arifin to the stage.
Please give a big round of applause, you guys.
Good afternoon,
Hello. Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Erwin. Can take a seat.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Oh,
okay.
Maybe you can give a little introductions for the other participants.
Check. Okay, so thank you so much everyone for having me. My name is Erwan Arifin. I'm the VP of Investment at Kejora Capital. I started my career in banking, did a tech startup myself, and now, now I'm here investing in companies.
Okay.
So you're investors.
Yep. So Kejora Capital is a venture capital firm that invests in across Southeast Asia. Yeah, so maybe you heard of a little company that we invested in 2017 called Sicepat. Maybe you've used them somewhere during when you shop in an e-commerce, right? We also invested in a company called Investri that does peer-to-peer lending, and maybe some of you guys maybe took like a consumptive loan, used an application called Credivo that's also part of our portfolio company.
Amazing. Okay, then should we just go right to the PowerPoint?
Yeah, sure. You can have your presentation.
Okay.
The stage and time is yours.
All right, should I sit down? Should I stand up?
Whatever you feel like comfortable.
Let me just sit down. Right. So this presentation is titled quite provocatively. It was initially a statement by a world famous investor called Peter Thiel, which was titled "Competition is for Losers." Right. But in my opinion, that statement is true if you're based in the US. But it's not so true if you're based in Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia. So that's why I tried to retitle the whole thing with "Competition is Not for Losers," right? So just a quick intro that Peter Thiel is actually the founder of PayPal, and he was the first investor at Facebook. He was one of the very credible investors who said this, right? So I would like to start this off. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'd like to start this off by talking about what makes a tech startups. Right. So tech startup is all about capturing value. Right. So in building a tech startups, two things are true. The first one is that a business creates X dollars of value and captures Y% of X. And the second thing is that X and Y are independent variables. Right. So either one of them can be very big. So X can be very big and Y can also be small, and vice versa. Right. What a startup tries to do. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what a startup tries to do is it tries to capture a big value of X. Sorry, it tries to capture a big value of Y by leveraging technology to make it super fast, right? And X has to be very, very big. So a tech startup typically aims for a very big market size, and they try to utilize technology to capture it. To give you an example is that when you're talking about a retail market, for instance, a retail market in Indonesia is very, very big. I don't have the exact number on the top of my head, but it has to be billions of dollars, right? So what Tokopedia did is they tried to capture the retail value by using technology, so that now even if we're in Jakarta, for instance, we can shop we can shop a shirt that is being sold in Bali using technology, and that's how Tokopedia captures the value of retail. Right. And with that, you can see like fast forward 10 years from zero, now they have like, I think close to 10% of the whole retail market. Right? They've already tried to capture that. So that's what a startup tries to do. So, to give a profounding ground for the discussion. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. So in talking about tech startup, we never want to talk about perfect competition, right? So this is sort of like an econ 101. If you guys study economics, these are some of the pros of tackling a perfect competition, right? Perfect competition, typically, it's very easy to model. It's efficient in a static world. It's politically sellable, and it's very, really highly competitive. But it's also have low barrier to entry. right? So if you remember your Porter's five forces, this is true a lot for perfect competition, right?
Yeah.
So examples is restaurant and fashion. Right? So you mean, if you're studying here in Central Park Mall, for instance, right? A good example of a perfect competition would be opening up a pizza restaurant in Central Park Mall. But and then sometimes you try to sell it as something that is not perfect competition. Sometimes you say, okay, hey, I'm making the first pizza fusion with Japan style type of food in Central
Creating
Park.
new innovations.
Right, but that is not true. That is not anything that a startup does. So this is not something that a startup does. Okay, so because that is the lies people tell. Right. So oftentimes people who compete in a perfect competition, they lie to make it sounds like they're in a very niche market and that they're doing a monopoly there. But that is not something that a startup company does. So what does a startup does actually? Next slide, please. Right. So what a startup does is they do something that is highly differentiated. It's disrupting the way people do stuff. They're talking about revolution and not evolution, and they scale fast to escape the competition. Right. So this is something that any tech company should do. Right. So you never should tackle something that is already a perfect competition. Right. You need to innovate using technology. Right. And then we don't want to talk about revolution, but we want to talk about revolution and not evolution. To give you an example, I mean, you're now living in 2022, right? Do you still order food the same way ever? Just different. Back, if you remember the life before 2010, the life before Gojek, you still remember how to do it?
We need to call the number for the restaurant.
Number.
Exactly, and typically each restaurants have their own drivers.
Yeah.
If you call McDonald's, if you call up Pizza Hut, they have their own delivery fleet who delivers your home. Nowadays, who does that anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody does that because of a good company called Gojek who does that, right? If you remember, before 2017, how do you deliver a good from one place to another? You typically use the GNA, the typical 3PL, right? What that stands for is it's not reliable, it's pretty slow, and it's quite expensive. And thus a company like Cepat tries to innovate. So if you look back at history, the inventor of light bulb is not the guy who gets rich, right? And there are a lot of other examples about this, right? So I mean, another good example is that Apple is not actually the inventor of smartphone. Apple's not the inventor of a tablet, right? But they did the thing really well, and it was 10x better than all the other competitors. So that is the first thing. Nothing 100% new ever worked the first time, and you never should reinvent the wheel, right? But also nothing is new under the sun, because I met a lot of founder who tells me that I don't want to give my idea to you because then you can just copy it. But idea is cheap and execution is super expensive, and so you should always try to get feedback of your idea, right? And that is the way to escape the competition. And another last but I think very important thing that I need to to mention here is that Indonesia is a market that follows the pattern of India and China. Right, so we are not like the US where innovation is about creating something new, but we are more in a globalized market, right? So instead of like talking about 0 to 1 in terms of innovation, we're talking about 1 to N, right? So that's what we do here. So a good research, if you're a founder who's trying to start a startup, is do your secondary research and look at what happened in India and China in the last 18 months. That typically happens in Indonesia very, very soon. Yeah, and we're seeing already a lot of examples of company who are doing exactly that, right? So now that we talk about, let's talk about the Southeast Asian market, right? So that is the way to do, the competitions for losers is something that people in the US might do, but how do you do it in Southeast Asia, right? So how to do startups the Southeast Asian way? So the first thing would be create a solution that is 10x better than how the existing players does it. I put it there. Think about Gojek versus taxis, right? It used to be very hard to get taxis, right? And you don't know who the driver was, right? And then you don't know whether or not it's going to be expensive and stuff like. So you don't know the pricing. So Gojek tries to do that 10x better, and here they are, right? And then the second thing that you should do as a Southeast Asian startup is try to copy a solution and then embed it with a local wisdom, right? To give you an example is think about Amazon versus Tokopedia. So Tokopedia is not really a novel idea, right? It actually copies the way Amazon does things. It is an e-commerce, right? But what they do differently, the business model. So Amazon, they do B2C, right? So they go to brands and they offer brands, hey, do you want to sell in my platform? And I will take care of your inventory, right? Tokopedia tries to do it differently because they understand that in Indonesian market, the barrier to entry is still very, very high for brands to trust these e-commerce companies. So they need to build their credibility first. So they did a different approach. That what we believe in Indonesia is actually customers to customers, right? We have arisan, we have you sell to your friends and stuff like that. So they do a different model and they do C2C, customer to customer. So now any average people can become a seller in Tokopedia. Right? So that's how Tokopedia started, and eventually they also like differentiated their product to becoming somewhat similar to Amazon, but they have a different strategy at the very beginning, right? Now the next thing that you should do is launch a product that you are embarrassed about, right? The old ways of doing things would be try to do research, right? To do research, to talk to your customers as much as you can, spend 3 months, 4 months to find, to design your product and everything. But that is not the way a startup does their business. Right? As the way a startup does is they should launch very, very fast and they should fail very, very fast as well. Right? So that's the fourth thing that you should do. Right? The last thing is be the first in the last mover advantage. What this means is that when we talk about first mover advantage, we're talking about the first innovator. Right? As I already mentioned on the left hand side there, is that Indonesia follows the pattern of India and China. So we're not a first mover.
Yeah.
And I don't see us becoming and I don't see us becoming a first mover country in the next few years, right? So what we should do is, as I mentioned, become the first mover in the last mover advantage. So we already know what are some of the lesson learned in markets, and then we should implement that in the product that we're trying to build here. Right? So that's the way to do it in the Southeast Asian way, right? Right. And I think the next thing that I would like to mention to you guys is next slide, please. Is I want to talk about why 95% of startups fail. Can you guys move to the next slide? Yeah. So why 95% of startups fail, right? The first thing is good ideas with bad founders. So oftentimes the most and number one important thing when you're building a company is who are the person who is building it. Right? Because oftentimes if you're building a technology company, you don't have any asset but the people itself. Right? So that's the number one thing that makes a business fail, because me and myself as an investor, I have a prioritization matrix where I try to find good founder with good ideas, right? But if I have to choose between good ideas with bad founders versus bad ideas with good founders, I would totally choose bad ideas with good founders. The reason why is because good founders can always pivot, right? So if you're trying to become an entrepreneur yourself, you should empower yourself with good knowledge, with good experience of managing people and building something, right? Before you actually start your company. So it is actually wise for you guys, if you want to become an entrepreneur, you gather up your experience first and then start building your company afterwards. Right? The second reason why 95% of startups fail is because they care more about the idea versus the user. Sometimes you skip a few steps and you talk directly about the idea and you don't talk about the problems itself. Right? So that is the second. The third thing is working on a small market. Right? Not every company should be a venture-backed company. Not every company should be invested by a venture capital, and that is totally okay. If you're happy with having a company that's already profitable by itself, that is totally fine. Right? But if you want to become a venture-backed startups market, and if you're tackling a small market, that is probably the reason why you fail. Right? The fourth thing, and I think this is very important because a lot of people are talking about the winter is coming, right? And we're in a very bear market currently, right? So burning too much money with no sustainability. So the age of actually giving a big discount to customers without caring about your gross profit margin is already done and finished, right? Investors will not look into your company if you don't have a healthy gross profit margin at all. Right? So that is the fourth thing, and the fourth reason why companies fail. Because they don't care about sustainability and they don't really care enough about their business model. So now if you're building a company in 2022, you should think about gross profit margin. Right? And the fourth thing is poor prioritization, because you have so many things to be done, right? You don't prioritize enough on revenue generation, because when you're early stage, you have an 80% death rate. Even after you receive financing, even after you raise your initial seed round and then you raise another Series A round, from Series A to Series B, there's an 80% drop of the livelihood of a company. So even if you receive funding, they will probably die, right? And the reason why is because you don't care enough about revenue generation, and this is something that any startup should focus on. And last but not least is about bad integrity and lack of transparency, and also lack of credibility, right? Maybe this is the last one that I would like to share to you guys. Next slide, please. Right. So how do you build with integrity and transparency, right? So this is a funny thing. I'm not married yet, but this is something that I truly believe this is true, which is, building a business is like getting into a marriage, right? There needs to be passion, love, and trust, but most importantly, trust, right? So let me give you a fun example. What do you do? What happened when you cheat on your partner? If you're in a relationship and you cheat on your partner, what happened would be nothing will be the same ever again.
Yeah, there will be trust issues.
There will be trust issues, right? So I think this is super important because in accordance with the theme talking about integrity and business ethics here in the stage, because if anything, if you fail in your execution, if you make some mistakes, what you should do as a founder is you should own it. You should own it, and then you should tell people. You put your hands up and say, that is my mistake and I'm sorry. I did this and this didn't work, right? At the very least, if you didn't get anything out of that truth, is that you get the trust from the people around you, right? So if you get invested by an investor and then you fail, you lost a lot of money, you should tell the investor, hey, that is my mistake, I did this. You should never lie to them because then you never know what will happen in the future. If you raise another round of money, then they will still trust to give you money because I believe Erwin is telling the truth, right? But if you lie, there will be no more next time, right? And I believe this is how you escape the competition as well, right? So we already touched base on a lot of topics here, and looking forward to discuss more with you guys. Maybe last but not least, I'd like to share a little bit about Kejora Capital. Next slide, please. Yeah, so Kejora Capital is as I mentioned, we're a venture capital company. 8 years spent in the ecosystem in Southeast Asia. We've invested in 38 companies and 8% already become unicorn. If you know the Baby Shark dance, the IP is owned by Ping Fong, which is a portfolio company of ours as well, right?
I know this one. I think this one is in kids, something that handles kids song.
Correct, and it already becomes the most watched video on YouTube. Yeah, so that is one of our portfolio companies, right? So if any of you guys here are building a company or looking to partner with us, feel free to contact me. On the next slide, please. So you have my contact, my email and my Instagram, and also Kejora's Instagram as well. And so thank you so much, and looking forward to discussing with you.
Okay, give a big applause for Mr. Erwin.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Erwin, for that presentation. Actually, I would like to ask you a question. In doing startup, you presented to us about the pros, and actually, I would like to know about the cons about doing a startup. Is there actually a better way to start a business, or I don't know, something like that?
Right. The way to start a business would be like the one that I mentioned previously during the presentation, right? You need to understand that Indonesia is a market that follows India and China. So the first way I think any founders, if they want to become a venture-backed company, is do research on those two markets. What's happening there and what can you take here? To give you a good example is that in India, I think back in 2019 or 2020, there's this company called Udaan that does B2B e-commerce to wholesalers, to the warungs, right? And then I think fast forward like around 6 to 12 months, there were multiple companies born in Indonesia who are doing that. The likes of Gudang Ada and Ula are trying to do that, right? So that's a good example of them doing a good research of what happened in our comparable market, and then try to do it here. So that's to give you an answer to your second question about how to do it. The cons of doing a startup.
Yeah.
there are a lot. So becoming an entrepreneur is not for everyone, right? It is very tough and it's very lonely. I had an experience myself on building my own company before joining Kejora, and it's very, very lonely. So if you really set your heart on becoming an entrepreneur, you need to brace yourself for this kind of stuff, right? Because things will get tough. You will get scolded by your investors. You will be you have a lot of responsibility to your team members as well, and stuff like so. There are a lot of cons if you want to ask me.
Okay, I have a question also for you. Is it right that usually startup is really like burning the money, like
Like I mentioned earlier, the age of a startup burning a lot of money to capture market share, I think it's already done and dusted, right? So we don't want to invest in a company that do that anymore, right? There's also this old adage that says if you have a very innovative product that really solves a customer's problem, why do you need to burn a lot of money to capture market share, right? If your product is already 10x better, then it should actually capture market share by itself, right? So instead of burning a lot of money early in your startup's life, what you should focus on is building the best product and then try to capture product market fit. And once you capture product market fit, meaning a customer already accepts that this product solves my problem and there are a lot of retention to it, a lot of new users are coming in from word of mouth, then you should build on top of that by burning money. So that should not be the first strategy for any startup.
I see. And also because like we see that 95% of the startup fails, how do you actually convincing the investor to invest in your startup business, something like that?
Right. So what's interesting is before Kejora, I was in this company called StartupIndonesia.co. What we did was we built an algorithm that can predict a startup's investability. So kind of like a credit scoring, but not for debt financing. It's more for equity financing. My co-founder is a very good data scientist. She graduated from UC Berkeley and everything. So she helped me build this logistic regression model using machine learning. And then we tried to capture like real funded company data from the last 2 years. So we capture like around 200 Indonesian company data, right? And we try to get it as accurate as possible because we take it from the Singaporean government, from ACRA, right? It's actually very public information. What we found out was that the number one success factor for a startup is the CEO's background. Right? And it's not about where you go in university. It's more about what was your previous working experience. So there's this sweet spot of having at least 5 to 8 years of working experience in either in a major corporations, right? And then having or maybe having a previous entrepreneurial experience. Those are the typical founders who actually succeed in A, raising money from investors initially, and B, actually sustaining the company and actually surviving from Series A to Series B. So if you want to become a startup founder, the number one thing you should do, as I mentioned, is arm yourself better.
Yes, making like create a new experience for yourself also, right?
Correct.
Okay, do you have any questions?
Actually, I do. Do you actually believe that failure builds people's up? That this startup actually are getting better from experience, correct? So there are actually some people that are already very ambitious and like my Carissa have said that people are already burning money from the start, and actually it's actually better to actually do more startups fails at first than actually just spending all of our money at once.
Yeah, so failing is totally okay. If you're an entrepreneur and you haven't failed, then you haven't become an entrepreneur. If you entrepreneurs where failure is like a badge of honor, right? So failure is okay as long as you learn from it, right? So I actually encourage people to try and do something that's super hard and then fail, because if you succeed all the time, then probably you're not pushing your boundaries. Right? So the same is that thing is true if you haven't started a company, but if you want to become a startup founder that's going to be invested by a VC or by an investor, you should have that before you start your company. Right? Because obviously, me as an investor, I don't want to lose my money. Right? We also have a responsibility to our own investors, right? So if you want before you start a company, you should fail first, okay? And then you start a company and you use that lesson learned and you do a lot of research first before you go into a certain sector.
I do believe learn from the mistake is the best lesson in your life. I mean, like that.
Absolutely. If you only study in university, you get a lot of good framework of how to do stuff, right? But building something and creating something is the hardest part in an entrepreneur's job, right? Even me as a venture capital, we often have this sin of criticizing the founders without actually understanding that how hard it is to build something, right? Criticizing an idea is very easy. The real true distinction of someone is building something.
Correct. And also we also give a Q&A session for those on the Zoom meeting and also in the auditorium. Is there any question in here? We truly open for you guys.
Yeah.
And I think I also have a question. Actually, I've been curious, who is your role model?
No, this is a good question. I think before Kajora, I was actually mentored by this one entrepreneur. Her name is Shinta Danwardoyo. Right. So she started the first tech company in Indonesia, and this is acknowledged by the government back in 1996. Right, so I'm not sure if you guys are born yet in 1996. So she started this company, Bubu.com, which became I think the innovators in a lot of sectors. Right. She also started one of the first e-commerce company called Plaza.com back in 2009, back when Tokopedia was not even there. Right, which eventually I think it was rebranded becoming Belanja.com. Right. So she helped me a lot, and she mentored me a lot. She opened up a lot of network for me, and a lot of my learnings actually I took from her as well. I think she's my role model, and if you guys are looking for a mentor, she's the one you should go to.
Do you, like she exactly teach you like two, or you're just listening to her, YouTube seminar, something like that?
So what's funny is after I graduated university, I started my career as an investment analyst in her company. So she has an angel investor network called Angel EQ at the time, right? And then we went separate ways. I tried to build my company, and then I joined a bank. Before I get reconnected with her again, and she told me, Erwin, I'm building this company which became Startup Indonesia eventually. Right? So I worked with her. I worked with her, and then she. I believe it's more than just like a employee and boss relationship, because she helps me a lot, and she helps me more, I think, than most of my peers, because she always asks me to join all her meeting and introduce me to her network as well. Yeah.
I see. I see.
Okay. Oh, I would also like to ask. There are actually two ways that people would actually engage to building their own company, or maybe they would like to work for some other people, and they're like just build from there, and then just striving to become the CEO, or just like there are other people who also like just build their own company like from the start, and then just like fail, and then like fail again, and then like actually making it work. So which one do you actually prefer, or do you think works better?
So there's no one size fits all solution for that question. Because you can never know, right? You can never. Someone can fail multiple times, and then eventually they hit on a jackpot or something. But I think for me personally, talking from my own experience, how I growth hack my knowledge, and how I growth hack my own network as well, is when I started my career, I have this list of people that I would like to work with, right? And I list them from by prioritization, from number 1 to just figure of speech, but let's say from 1 to 20 or 1 to 50. Right? I will try to like cold email each one of them, right, and then see which one actually reply. And the way I think any of you guys should do it is, when you cold email them, you tell them, hey, I have a passion in what you're doing. I want to learn from you. I will work with you for free. Let me do a free internship with you, an unpaid internship with you, and then maybe you will not get people number 10, maybe you will not get people number 7 or something, but maybe people number 18 might reply you, and then you will start work for people number 18. Eventually, because people number 18 knows the people number 11, for instance, then you can say to number 11, hey, I worked with number 18 before, can I work with you now? And you work your way up there. And I feel like that's how it was for me. Initially, I worked for this guy named Nazir, who's now at Telkomsel. He was my first boss, and then because of him, I get connected with Ibu Shinta, and then now because of Ibu Shinta, I get connected with Andy Zain, who's the managing partner of Kajora Capital, and that's, I think, has proven to be pretty well for me in my career.
I see. But how do you actually got into Kajora actually?
So the thing is, with my previous company in Startup Indonesia, I've built up a lot of good network with, I think, around 70 venture capitals across Southeast Asia. Because what we did was we helped investors also get connected with deal, right? With companies. Because of that, people, I was friend with a lot of investors, so a lot of them know me. So I already have a good foundation of network. Which, by the way, Bushinda helped me growth hack that network as well, right? And because of that, I think when you're working in a venture capital, I think majority of your time is all about networking as well, right? So if you want to become a good investor, you should have access to good deal flow, and in order to have a good deal flow, you need to have a good network. So that's how I get the foundation in working in Kajora.
I see. Okay, maybe if there's no question in the auditorium, is there any question? Okay, before we got with the participant, I have my last question. Is there any tips for startup business based on your experience, like for us?
Any tips?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I think I've put all my tips in there.
So all the tips is in your presentation, basically.
Yeah, but I think one thing that I always like to say is that create an idea is very cheap, right? A lot of people try to glorify ideas. What is really expensive is your experience in executing something, right? If you just sit behind your laptop and then you just put in a good presentation, or you run your business model through your Excel sheet, people will nothing will happen with that, right? It's just in your laptop. What you should do is you should not even build as much plan there, but actually just do it. Just do it, and then try to like I mentioned there, build a product and launch a product that you're embarrassed about. And then try to iterate from there. And so because building a tech product is a lot about is a lot similar to university students trying to do their thesis. You have a thesis and you want to test the thesis, right? Does it work? Does it really work? Does my strategy work? Right? Do people actually use my product and stuff like that? And then what you should do is you should take customers' feedback and then try to iterate. Right? So idea is cheap, execution expensive. So just do it.
I see. But why actually? Sorry. But why actually you say that sell something that embarrass you the most? Why is that?
Because if you don't launch a product that you're embarrassed about, then you're probably launching too late. If you wait for your product to be perfect, then any guy with a bigger money can launch faster than you.
True.
Right? So to give you a good example, and this is already public knowledge, Gojek was not how it is back when they started.
Yes.
Gojek is just a simple website and a house filled with customer service. So Gojek is all about, okay, I wanna go from Central Park to, let's say, to Grand Indonesia, for instance. I would go open up their website. I want to go there, right? And then there will be a notification in a call center, and the call center would pick up the phone and phone up the Ojek driver. Pa, there's this person who wanna go from Central Park to Grand Indonesia. Can you pick him up and stuff like that? So they didn't start as perfect as this is. So that's why you should launch with the product that you're very embarrassed about. Yeah. So it's more about speed. It's more about speed. Yeah.
I see.
Okay, I think there's a question from the Zoom meeting. You stated that startup escape perfect competition, but as we know, there are a lot of numbers of startup businesses, and there are actually a lot of startup business that doesn't run smoothly. How well do you think startup business could compete with their direct and indirect competitors, especially in the financial, innovation, and target market aspect?
Okay. That's why the title is not competition is for losers. It's competition is not for losers, right? Because as I mentioned, that is the way they do it in the US, but not how we do it in the Southeast Asian market, right? So, but the same is still true in a sense that you should escape perfect competition, right? So, to give you guys a good view of how I think as an investor, I will always try to mitigate the risk of the money that I deploy, right? So when I want to deploy money, I would look into the startups with different variables. Right? There will be a product risk, there will be a business risk, there will be a founder's risk as well, right? And there will be a market risk, right? So if you're building a business model that is already proven before, that is a good thing. If you're building a product that is similar to other people, then that is not a good thing, right? So if you work with the same business model and you have the exact same product, and you're tackling the same market, the only thing that makes a company different is just the founder itself. So that's the only variable that you can play along, right? The other one, that is the variable that you cannot touch at all and you cannot affect. So in that sense, how startups should compete with each other is first and foremost, you should be assured that you're the best founder to do it, to do the idea, to execute the idea, right? Second thing is, as I mentioned, try to build a product that is different from your customer, because if from your competitor. Because if you're building the exact same product as your competitor, then you need to burn money to get it, right? So that will become another problem because then when you burn a lot of money, you die fast, and that's one of the 95% reason why startups fail.
That's what we call the red ocean market, something like that, right?
Correct, correct.
We just sell the same like the others.
Yeah, so if you want to work in a perfect competition, just open up a restaurant in some place, and that is already a good example of a perfect competition, right? I mean, the risk is very low. You can be successful. Yes, you can be successful. You can make a lot of money. Yes, as well. But the question is, if you want to become a tech startup that is being funded by VC, we want to become not just $100 million company. We want it to become $1 billion company, right? That is the question for perfect competition market. Because it will be very hard for you to become that big of a scale.
All right. I think there's the second question. How far can startup grow in this condition? And how potential is it?
So I'm guessing this question is more about towards the market condition where currently
I think right now it's COVID-19 and all stuff.
So the market condition is pretty it's pretty bad because we thought we just finished from the COVID pandemic crisis, and now we enter a market that is already on a crisis as well. But there's still a lot of potential for startups. There's still ample capital in the market as well. So last year, I think there was a good, I forgot the exact number, but I think it was someone in the region of like $20 billion was being invested in Southeast Asia. And Indonesia captured like around 38% of the total funding in Southeast Asia. So because we have the biggest market, right? So people would invest a lot in this country. So in that sense, capital is still very much available if you want to build a tech startups. Meaning you can still raise money. It's just that investors will be more selective in their process, right? We will put a lot of scrutiny in your financial modeling. We'll put a lot of scrutiny in your gross profit margin as well. And so startups can still grow a lot, right? But you should focus on your business model and create something that is sustainable versus just burning money. Yeah.
True.
Okay, then. I think for the last question, do you have any words or any advice for the audience here in the auditorium or even in their home right now, especially if they would like to start to do startup?
So, correct me if I'm wrong. So the majority of the audience are university students, right?
Yes, most of them.
Okay, so my word of advice would be after graduation. Okay, first thing first, you should really nail down your study in university, right? People always say, oh, but Erwin, but Bill Gates drop out, but Mark Zuckerberg drop out, but they drop out from Harvard. Right, so that is a entirely different ball game.
Yes.
So this guy dropped out from the master. Oh, but they drop out from Stanford. So that is a totally different ball game, right? So you should totally nail down your scores and your study in university. Try to get as much experience as you can after graduation, right? Put yourself in a position where you can succeed, where you have network and you have experience in either building something or managing people and all those kind of experience. Make sure you have an experience of failure. Right, and then you should start considering if you really want to become an entrepreneur. Because as I mentioned, entrepreneur is not for everyone, and that is okay. Right? Not everyone is built to become the entrepreneur. Not everyone is built to become an employee as well. And we need both sides of the coin to build a company. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's all for today. Thank you so much, Mr. Erwin Arifin,
Thank you
for
so
the
much for having me.
presentations as well.
Okay. Please give Mr. Erwin Arifin a big round of applause, you guys.
Thank you. And also in the Zoom meeting, you guys also can give any reaction. Thank you so much. You may proceed to your seat. Okay, guys, we're done with the talk show.
I think time seems to pass so quickly, doesn't it? I mean, I can't imagine we already reached the grand final today. Now, the moment that you all have been waiting for, let us announce the 10 finalists.
Yes, correct. And before we announce the 10 finalists, we're going to take a look at their videos profile. And also we have some little behind the scene with this youthpreneur. So without any further ado, please enjoy and watch the videos.
Youthpreneur 2022.
Wow. As you guys can see, there was the video profile and the behind the scenes also.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna recap the 10 finalists. We have Health Thinking.
Next we have Tutor In.
We have Sehatin.
Fourth we have Salau.
And then Digi Panel.
Then we have Mada F,
Kisitinary.
Islamic Kid,
No Live.
and La Farakid.
Yay. So we're going to announce, firstly, we're going to announce the attributes winner first
Yeah.
before the winner of the Youthpreneur in Actions. So for the first category, we have the winner of Best Pitching Deck. So who will be?
Okay.
So for the winner of Best Pitch Deck is Wow, everybody's curious right now.
I'm also curious because
Actually,
I don't know as well.
yes, me too. Actually, because I saw that everyone doing a great job while
Yeah.
they're doing the pitching. So actually, it's also, I cannot decide it which one.
The competition is very high right now.
Mhm.
Ooh, okay. Here's the announcement. I think we're ready. So the winner of the best pitch deck is Solo. What is it?
There's no okay.
Okay, there's none of it. Okay.
Yes. But actually, they did a pretty job, right?
Ah.
Because actually, they also joking. They
Yeah.
feel fun during the pitching.
I was laughing the whole entire
Yes,
presentation.
because actually their idea is very good also.
Okay. Next we have the best business idea. And the winner goes to who is that? Oh, the best business idea.
Oh.
Oh, I wait.
Uh,
Rewind.
Rewind.
We made a false mistake.
I'm so sorry because people do mistake. So do we.
Okay, rewind then.
Just pretend you guys didn't remember anything.
Okay, so for the best business idea, we have the winner for.
Okay. We already say it actually. It's not. But actually, yeah, as I said before, they're very good. So the winner of the best business idea is Slow, and I think we all actually agree because their idea also very innovative, very unique as well, and we promise we want to try it also, right?
Yeah, because they actually created. If you guys did not know, they created ice cream using catfish.
Yes, actually that's pretty good, and also it's very creative as well.
Okay. Next, we have then the actual best pitch deck. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Sorry.
Next, we actually have the best pitch deck, which is
Digipana. Give a big applause, please. Oh my God, why so? Yeah, so not.
Yeah, their idea was to use the sun sources for.
They're using
sun power.
solar
Yeah,
panel.
that.
Just we're not engineering something like that, okay?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Not solar system.
Mhm.
So don't ever repeat it again.
Okay, then we have the best financial plan, which goes to.
Mada Evi. Ooh, but actually, Mada Evi is talking about the automotive before, right? So
Yeah.
I know that actually they need a lot of monies for that, but using it's not that much. Like before I heard that there's someone who's gonna create it, house, something like that. They need bigger, more, but for changing the old car to the electric is
to the
very
electric
hard, and they really use like very not that much money. So
Okay, then
it's good.
next we have the best prototype. So
Ooh.
they need to create their actual plans.
I see.
to reality.
I see.
Okay,
But
then.
actually, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I also have it.
Yeah, but actually, we are seeing it in the presentation though.
And I bet the judges actually they have seen it, so this is definitely the correct answer.
Yes. So for the winner of
Okay.
the best prototype is
Islamic Kid.
Give a big applause also for Islamic Kid. Even though they haven't done with their pitching before, but I think their kid also interesting.
Yeah.
Because also in Indonesia, there's a lot of Muslim, and they created that, and then it's a good market also.
Okay. Then next we have the best mini game.
Ooh, this is where we playing in the Monday, right?
No. It's different, I think.
Oh, it's
Wait,
different. Okay, sorry.
wait, I don't
sorry.
know. Okay, then let's just say the winner then, I guess.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Yuli!
Woo!
Oh, actually the one that was trying to create a whole city, correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. The aesthetic one. I remember that. And then also the CEO is very good at speaking English, right?
Ah.
Oh my God, I feel ashamed after meeting
Her
her.
English was better than ours.
Yes, I think
combined.
she can become the next MC of Youth Planner.
Okay, then next we have the best Instagram feed.
Oh, have you seen the Instagram feeds actually?
No.
Oh my God,
Have
what
you?
kind of MC? I've seen it. Yeah,
like
sure,
it?
sure, sure. I actually take a look at their Instagrams and also take a look at their business because it's for knowledge.
Ah, okay, okay. So then, who's the winner?
Let's just call it Totemi back. Or actually, this one is not including the 10 minutes, but the speed is actually interesting.
Ah, okay, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, after this, then we have the most favorite.
Most favorite. Ooh, most favorite what? Favorite, just
I
favorite?
don't know, just favorite.
Just favorite of any
Favorite
aspect.
all of the teams,
Okay, so the winner of most favorite one is Kiss
Which
Itinerary.
one is it actually? I
This
forgot.
one is the travel one, the one that
Oh,
they
the travel
travel planner, and then
one.
they make the that's why it's called itinerary. They create an itinerary
I see, I
travel
see.
for people. How much
Okay.
you didn't know? Oh my god.
Sorry, I have a short-term memory
Oh.
loss. Okay, then next we have most like Instagram posts. Which
Ooh.
goes to? Ooh, okay, this one is exciting.
Yes, because actually they gather a lot of likes.
Yeah,
from
so
all-
their post actually, it's very popular.
Yes, the most popular lah.
Yeah. Okay, then the winner goes to Lavareki.
Woo! Actually, yeah, the one that used the word wristband, right? Yeah, of course. And they also from Podomoro University. That's why we have to be proud with them. Give a big, big, big applause.
Podomoro.
Podomoro.
Next, we also have the best video.
Ooh, I see.
Ooh, there's a tie here. Oh my
Ooh.
God, there's two winners.
Oh,
My God.
yeah,
Okay,
but
okay.
actually, the video maybe is pretty cool.
Okay, okay. You should say the first one, and then I should say the second.
Okay, so for the winner for the first one in the best video is ASAR. And then the second one is
GQ.
Oh my god, the name is so cute.
Yeah,
GQ. Oh. Don't say that. The person is already in Bali.
Oh, yeah.
But by the way, I saw the video before like GQ, like the one that with the box and all the stuff.
Yeah.
That's why it's so good. The video is very high quality as well.
Okay, then.
Okay,
So
so
those are all of the attributes winners of Youthpreneur 2022.
yeah, it's been a lot winner today, right?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yes.
But we're not finished. There's still the third, second, and first winner after
Of
this.
course. So can I announce it?
Yeah, you should do it.
So perhaps everyone must be very nervous, especially the participants as well, because they all doing their best, and I think everyone is the winner for today. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, we have the third and the second, and then the first. But just want to remind you guys that all of you guys are the winner in our hearts. Aww. So finally, we are going to announce the winner of Youthpreneur in Action 2022. For the third winner of Youthpreneur in Action 2022 is.
Who is it? The third winner? Who is it?
What's up?
Huh?
Kind of nervous,
Yeah. Okay, so who is the third winner?
Can you guys actually, guessing any guess? Any guess?
Who are you guys rooting for?
Yes, who are you guys rooting for? That's right.
Come on, say it.
Which one? Catfish?
don't
Oh,
know.
Slow.
Yeah,
Any
Slow.
votes for Slow? Whoa!
Oh, the catfish ice cream.
Yeah,
Yes, the catfish ice
that one is actually unique. I've been
Yeah.
curious for right now. Okay, so for the third winner of Youthpreneur in Action 2022 is Tutor In. Okay, would like to call Gita to give a symbolic yes, to give the present. Of course, not for us, but since they cannot come and also they're out of the Jakarta, so we're gonna replace them. Just pretend we are the winner. Give a best smile. Yeah, we are the winner in everyone's heart. Okay, thank you so much.
Once again, congratulations to Torin for winning the third place.
Yes, I hope the app also is gonna help a lot of people by tutoring people also.
Yeah, because we all need to study.
Yes, the vision and mission also pretty good, and it's for the best of all.
Okay.
So maybe you're gonna announce the second winner.
Okay, then me next, me next. So then we would like to have the second winner, of course, which is. Any guesses, you guys? No? Okay.
Okay, we're just gonna announce in the
Okay, 3, 2,
2,
1.
1. Health thinking. We would like to call Mr. Jonathan Gultom to come to the stage and give the symbols for the winner. And also, actually, they're pretty good, but unfortunately, they cannot come today. And actually, they're the one that from Brazil, the only international participant that got to the pan finalists. This is for the second winner. How thinking? 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jonathan Gultam. And once again, congratulations to Help Thinking. Okay.
Oh, okay, then.
This is the final one, the winner.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's so hot.
The one who goes victorious.
Yes, the biggest prize.
Yeah.
Get the biggest.
The most money.
Yeah, the most money, of course. So I think we're gonna announce it together. Okay, so the winner of Youthpreneur in Action 2022 is Sehatin.
Congratulations, Sehatin.
Congratulations, Sehatin.
And we would like to call Mr. Michael Song
to present the symbols, the gift, of course. And actually, they are pretty good. It's for health. I want to try it though. Okay. 1, 2.
Okay, thank
Wow,
you
I feel
very
so
much.
short between these two guys. I feel intimidated right now.
Okay, so.
I think that's all.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all. That's enough. That's enough. No more. And once again, congratulations to Sehatin for be the winner of this year Youthpreneur. And I really appreciate it since even though they are online, but they are doing their best. They give a good pitch. They're giving the best financial also. So they are winning on every aspect.
But actually, before that, I would like to invite the judges to come up the stage to give the closing remarks to all of the participants.
Yes, correct. So, Mr. Jonathan Gultam and Mr. Michael Song, you can come back again to the stage and give some closing remarks. Any words? any comments about the event as well? It's okay. You can be in the middle. Don't be afraid with us. We're not biting. So first, maybe Mr. Jonathan.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We appreciate to all of the committee for this event. This is a very valuable event, and for those who follow this event, we really appreciate. We need more entrepreneurs for the world and to create more value for the humanity. And I think that's one of the duty of the entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. Again, congratulations for the winner, and keep trying and keep fighting for those who trying to build their own startups. Okay.
Next for Mr.
Congratulations to Podomoro University and all those who have participated in the competition. Again, thank you for the committee, and thank you also for Podomoro for inviting me as well here to be one of the judges and to give the talk show as well. I hope that all you entrepreneurs are very motivated to keep on going and also don't give up. I think we have learned a lot, and failure is just the first step.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you may go back to your seat, Mr. Jonathan, Mr. Michael.
thank you
Is
so
there
much.
Mr.
Nico Salvana.
Yeah, name. Forgot the name. The name is so. Is there any Mr. Who?
Mr. Nico Salvana. Do you have any
Hello.
closing remark from Mr. Nico Salvana?
Hello,
From
can I
Zoom,
be heard?
maybe?
Hello.
There, if or maybe he already doing there because you know the time difference
Yeah,
between Indonesia and
and
Philippines
Philippines.
also make it hard.
That's
Maybe he
why.
has
Hello.
another job to do. That's why we have to understand him as well. He already attending this event also is already great pleasure for us.
Okay.
Okay, I think oh yes.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Mr. Nico Salvana,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yes. Hello. Can I be heard?
Okay, maybe you can give some closing remarks for us.
Oh, can I be heard? Hello. Hello. Can I be heard? Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, I can be heard. Oh, hello. Can I be heard?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear
Okay.
you. Yeah,
So,
any closing remarks?
So congratulations to the students. I would like to thank, of course, the hosts for entertaining us this afternoon. Yeah, so entrepreneurship can change lives, no? Can in terms of job creation, can change an impact of a economy, especially in Indonesia and all parts of the world. So if you really want to continue entrepreneurship in your journey, it's going to be a long and hard journey. As the previous judges said, there will be a lot of failures, but I think if you learn from them, not only can you help others, but you can also help yourselves. So thank you very much for inviting me here, and good luck in your future ventures.
So much, Mr. Nikov, Savannah, for the closing remarks. Thank you also for attending our show,
Yes,
right?
for being our judge.
Okay, next we have Miss Lily Indarti. Are you there, Miss Lily Indarti? Okay, if you're there, you can open your microphone and you also can give us any closing remarks for us, any words also, any tips, anything, anything. Are you there? Yoo-hoo! Okay, maybe either the connection or she's not. Oh, I see. I think she cannot attend the.
Oh, okay, okay, then.
It's okay. It's okay. So next we have Mr. Gulsar. Is Mr. Gulsar here also? Oh, I think.
Okay, okay. the
That's
both of
fine.
them
That's
can
fine. That's
come.
fine. That's
Okay.
fine.
Well then, okay, thank you. Last but not least, we would like to hear closing speech from Mr. Wisnu. Mr. Wisnu, the stage is yours. Is that Mr. Wisnu?
I think Mr. Wisnu cannot attend also. Yeah, maybe today is Friday. Maybe holiday also. Yeah, but he's busy. Okay, I think that's all for today, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you everyone for staying with us for these past 3 days. I bet you guys are bored. That was amazing from all of the contestants. Congratulations once more.
Congratulations.
Once again, for the winner, you guys did amazing. And also for the other contestant, you guys are also very amazing.
True. All the contestants has doing their best, even though they are not in the 10 finalists. Also, I believe they did the best they can. And for last words from us, we would like to say thank you so much for our sponsor for Good Day karena hidup punya banyak rasa.
Juga Best Value Korean Barbecue.
Derex, solusi terbaik untuk mengatasi bau badan.
And Toyota, let's go places with intention and integrity.
And it's time for us to excuse ourselves. And we are very sorry if there are some words that might be unpleasing to the audience ears.
And thank you once again, everyone. And see you guys on the next event. Youpreneur in Action 2022.
Rapid shift of innovation in uncertainty.
Looking for the unknown and
let's spread the entrepreneurship for all.